Hey, Triple Oops. Let's do weekend energy. If you're just popping on, always look for the timestamp. Timestamp. I was just looking for my cleaner for my glasses in the computer, and it's not where I want it. So I don't know. You coming in or out? You figure it out. So I figured we'll start with weekend energy. Happy full moon. I'm gonna have to plug you in. We're kind of bare tabled today. Bare tabled. Hold on. I like you just the way you are. I think that's Nelly. I'm not positive. I'm not positive. Fergie or no? I like you just the way you are. Dun, 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 just the way you are. I can tell you in a minute. Okay, let me just do this. I have hold on. What did I just do with that? I just need my lip gloss. I have good morning. Look at the chaos. I have good morning. It's day off, so I've done nothing. Oh yeah, I was gonna put my hair up. It's clean, but it's like wicked oily because I put coconut oil in it. It's like a deep cleaning thing. I gotta leave it in for like 4 hours. So I did that this morning. So hopefully that works because I can finally get my hair colored again. Remember I had that awful chemical burn? So I'm pretty sure my appointment is Wednesday. You startled me and everybody else. Hi, little fucker. Yeah, it's like a it's not a deep conditioner. It's but yeah, you're going with you got the right thing. I like you just the way you are. I was going to tell you what it is. You can only pick it up at a salon, but it's this particular brand. I had two. Well, sorry, I can't tell you what it is. Next time I come across it, I will, though. If that helps. I'm sorry. I thought it was right here. It's like, really, Courtney? I just had them both out this morning. Sorry. Max is being a pain in the ass. Okay. Well, I know where he normally jumps. There's stuff all over it because I took all my crystals and put them in a little box. Like I do with Sheldon. Look, for example. See? Don't mind my little gluten-free pile of snacks. But I got them all in there. That's what I do. And then I put them outside. I gotta track the moon though. It's been in different spots. I gotta put this on my lips because they're so dry. Oh. I like this. Oh, it's lip oil. That makes sense why I like it. Got it for Christmas. And I'm like, Mingy, my lips are dry. But it's lip oil. Vitamin E, argin oil, and jojoba oil. I don't know. It kind of tastes like oil though, but it's not awful. So, oh no. Yeah, so sorry, I can't tell you the name of the deep conditioner. It's a good one though. I'm just gonna shut my door. So stuff is all over the place because I did that. So Max knocks shit over. I got my mom pajamas on that are fabulous. All my cards are out. Oh, yeah, they don't even belong there. I got over 100 sitting right there, but I'm not liking them in there either. I mean, they're everywhere. I have them over there. They're literally everywhere. And I decided to put the beads down here today. Yeah. You loving the blue? I know I just had the tie-dye out. I don't want to show you guys. I'm going to throw you guys off. But I'm like, I love the blue. The satin one came in, and I'm like, oh, I like that. But I'm digging the blue. I'm digging the blue. Is your favorite color? Lovely. It's like a royal blue. It's velvet, so everything's sticking to it. At first I was gonna get the yellow, not the yellow. Oh my god, they had such a vibrant orange one, but they were out. So my Siobhan satin one came in. I was like, oh, I like that. So don't forget your crystals. Put them in a window, put them somewhere. I know driving home last night though, the moon was in a different spot from when I spotted it a few nights prior. And it's been out during the day too. So when Kaden gets home, or Mia, I'll have them bring them outside for me. I even decided to put like the big crystal ball out there. That's the first time I've done that. Because sometimes the vibration can affect your crystals. I personally don't mind. I do want to try scribing with that, but I still want to put it out there. Like for those who don't know what I'm saying. Okay, so I'll give you an example. One of my favorite crystals. See, like this one doesn't have flaws. Like there's nothing in there obstructing anything, right? This one, when I bought it too, I mean, they all have like little flaws, but not like that, right? When I bought this, it didn't have flaws either. But the more you put it in the window, for example, all the stuff inside, that's all from the moon. The moon does that. It's the vibration it carries, right? So each time it goes out there, it goes layer and layer and layer. But I love it. A lot of people don't like doing that. That's because of the crystal, but to me, I love it. This had nothing when I got it. It was completely clear. But I've done this. This has happened just sitting in my window, you know. And I'm putting it outside. Today is like 9 degrees. I'm not worried about the cold cracking the crystals, right? But I'm curious to see what they do, because this is a good one. Yep, codes, activation. A lot of people think it's all different things. I mean, can be codes, right? It's all different things, but it's really the vibration from the moon. It's the strength of the moon. You know, I forget what they're called exactly. So this is one of my favorites. So, and I got some new bracelets that I'm putting in the moon too. So if it's a real crystal, it won't crack. It won't crack from the cold. So if you have fake crystals and you want to know if it's fake or not, it's gonna crack. This is one of my favorites too, though. This is the one I climb into. So I'm gonna have Kaden do that. I want to start some spring cleaning. Soul's contract is uploaded. You should see these plants. I mean, the new spurts are really growing lovely. Oh, is that a water spot? Oh. I wonder if I should tell my dad. Is that a big deal? It can be, right? If you don't take care. I don't know if I've ever noticed it. But you know what? It's like dark up there anyway. You think that's water spots? Like, it's almost like, can you see? It's almost like everywhere. Maybe it's the paint. No, that's water. But see how it's off tone there? What is, okay. What is that little fucker doing right now? He thinks I don't see him. You notice how he won't look at me? There's one time I thought he went in there to go pee, and he actually laid down. So I've kind of just been leaving him be. He's done that a couple times this week. What are you doing? I don't know what he's up to. Seriously. It's like he gets the dirt all over them. So Sheldon was up for 2 days. And he's been sleeping for 2 days. So he did eat. Then I woke him up the next day to eat again a little bit. Well, it's right there. So he didn't eat much, but he had some. No, he went back to sleep. I did keep him up for 2 days, though. So, and he was pretty active. So, it's just because the heat fluctuates up and down, up and down. They know when it's cold, you know? I was doing a lot more research. So, I'm assuming by March I'll stay awake full time again. Don't do it. I don't want you up here. Don't think about it. No. So, I gotta do some spring cleaning. I mean, my back's kind of been rocking. It's feeling a little better. Instead of physical therapy. Doctor's calling in Lidocaine patches or something, like a prescribed one that's a little stronger. But he only wants me to wear it like once a day if need be. So I have that for backup. I actually had to take a muscle relax at work the other day. And then it gave me anxiety. Thinking, am I going to be able to drive home? I'm like, well, Court, technically you have 3 hours to drive home. But I was like paranoid. So it actually gave me anxiety. Because I had to take one at work. It sucks, but it is what it is. For me, it was more traumatic that I'm still struggling with. It's the craziest thing. Did you all see that flock of birds in Mexico that just hit the ground running? Thousands? Scientists and researchers are saying they could have went through like a toxic, it's like a toxic factory or something nearby. So if the birds are going through toxic air, what about the fucking neighborhood? So they didn't shed too much light on that. And then another researcher said something about being on the power lines or something. And to me, and I was talking to Spirit, and they're just like, no. I didn't really get into it, but they could have ran into like a void, a closed void. I know it sounds like to us we could believe it. To the real world, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I don't think it's gonna keep happening because I asked, and I actually watched the video, and I shouldn't have, but you wouldn't think it'd be like, just seeing if it can come up again. I don't remember. Let me try to Google it. A flock of birds in Mexico, February 5th, 2022, that hit the ground. In Mexico, mystery video shows flock of birds falling from the sky. I don't want it. Max just jumped from like here to there as if he was a fucking squirrel. I don't even know what he's doing. But this is what it looks like. I don't want to play it. Before I clicked on it, it said, warning. You had to press like, could be distressing. And I didn't really think much of it. I'm like, kind of wanted to see what happened. And then afterwards, I was like, oh, that was disturbing. So watch at your own discretion, obviously. Max, you just jumped on all my chips. I'm really glad that you didn't like crack the bag open, but I don't understand what's up with you. Oh, well, yeah, I do. Fucking full moon. You want to go out? Love you. So, just put lotion on. So definitely watch at your own discretion. It really was disturbing. So, like I said, I didn't really get into it with Spirit, but so it says vet. Okay, so the vet, not a researcher. One vet said that the incident said the birds could have died as a result of inhaling toxic smoke, possibly nearby heater, or by perching on a power line during an overload. They want people to believe this shit? Is it just me? Because that doesn't seem believable or logical. I mean, the way they hit the ground is almost like they hit a stone wall. So to me, they probably ran into a closed void. But voids aren't usually closed like that, so why wasn't it open? So I don't know what that's about. I did ask if there was more strange things going to happen like that with birds, and they said no. I mean, but again, I didn't like really get into it and ask the normal questions that I typically would. And it is Mexico, there's Roswell, there's all sorts of mysterious things that happen, you know, with energy. But it really does look like, I thought I just saw something. It really does look like they just smacked a wall and psh, down they went. But it doesn't even sound logical to me. It's like you might as well just leave it like a closed mystery. You know what I mean? Than to like throw bullshit at people like that. It's like, really? That doesn't even sound believable. Now they're trying to say animals can get COVID. I heard cats and dogs. Yeah, they've been in deer. Oh no, deer. Deer? Like DEER? Or are you saying like, oh dear, like DEAR? Because you have DEAR. They've been saying that, dear, yeah. They've been saying that. So yeah, I mean, they catch colds, they have allergies. And yeah. I mean, they do have blood running through their system. They do again catch cold and have allergies. I never was fixated on that, but to me, it would make sense that they absolutely hands down can. And I'm almost positive a lion or a tiger died. And they kept that to themselves for a long time. And then I think the same zoo lost another one or a nearby zoo. And it was COVID. But I'm thinking there's probably underlying stuff just like with adults. You know, whether they get it or not. I guess if you're breathing in their face and, you know, whole nother scenario. I have heard from people who come in though, and a lot of people who work in the nursing homes. A lot of people that elderly, ironically enough, that have Alzheimer and arthritis. It's almost like their Alzheimer's with some people dissipate or goes away for a couple days or a couple weeks, and they've noticed it and they've been keeping it from us. But they have been doing studies. I don't know why they're keeping it from us. But I met a couple and she said, oh, my arthritis is coming back. And she's like, I literally asked my doctor if I can get an early booster. And he said, no, she had a couple months left. It actually makes her arthritis feel better. So there is something in that vaccine that temporarily takes care of arthritis and temporarily, I wouldn't say a cure for Alzheimer, but there's something in it. I'm thinking it's probably linked to the blood type. Because it's when she was telling me, I was like, yeah, I've heard about that through other people. I said, you're not the first one. And so they are keeping it. I don't know why they're keeping it from us. Maybe because it's temporary. But just like they say they don't have a cure for cancer, they do. Just like they say they don't have a cure for Parkinson's, and they do. It's the government slowly killing us, you know? So, did I get the vaccine? I did end up getting the vaccine. Yeah. I was more against it because of the way they were pushing it. It was required for work. I could have went an alternate route and did a religious exemption or this and that. But I'm like, I'm not even going to bother fighting it. I had two doctors that I wouldn't say convinced me, but I had a lot going on with my health. And if I was to get it, it probably would have been a lot worse off. We don't know that for sure. Um, but I took my health into consideration when I got it. I will not be doing boosters. Um, I did get sick for like one day, but it was just nausea. It wasn't like anything bad. Um, and I talked to Spirit about it a lot, and they really want to say like encouraged me to do it too because I was really mentally battling. So again, I was never against the vaccine. I was against the force, and I still am. I think it's complete bullshit. And I left it up for my kids to make that decision. Neither of them wanted it. I'm not going to force it though, you know. So because it was like pressure time and certain stuff with work, crunch time, I probably could have absolutely hands down did a religious exemption, but my health was not that great. So I did. And another reason why I was like, I don't do good with vaccinations. Like when I had to get the Hep B shot, and work fought me big time on getting it again because there's like it goes in cycles. I mean, goes in stages. Um, and I had an awful reaction. Like any vaccine that goes into me, um, I can feel it from the injection, and I can feel it on one side of my body all the way down to my toes, and then it works its way up. It's creepy. I don't fucking like it. Don't fucking like it. I think I was more pissed I had to get the flu shot than the COVID shot, believe it or not. I know it's ass backwards. But that was mandatory. You can't fight that one unless you got a good reason. And I already had the flu shot in my chart because when Jade was real little, she was real sick. So I used to vaccinate the little ones, and me and Danny would get the vaccination because she would end up in the hospital almost every year for the first 7 years of her life. So, yeah. So I still ended up getting the different strand, you know. But I wouldn't say the doctors convinced me. And I did this in December. I wouldn't say they convinced me, but it was an influence, and I did have a lot going on with my health. I really did. Like I had just gotten all my blood work. I knew exactly where I stood health-wise, and it made sense for me. I work with COVID every day. I'm in a COVID room or doing a swab. It is what it is. So, I know Marsha asked me the other day. She's like, "You ever what's going on with the vaccine?" I was like, "I got it." She's like, "Why didn't you say anything?" I said, "Because everyone's so fucking opinionated, and I don't need everybody's bullshit or opinion. It just, I don't. If you want to look at it as I felt forced, then you're entitled to your fucking opinion. You know, because as I was continuing to talk to them more like early December, don't do it, court, don't do it. The forcing and did it. I'm thinking to myself, like, clearly I can't have this conversation with you, you know. When somebody has a strong opinion like that, I tend to take myself out of the conversation, best friend or not, you know. If you highly feel that way, and she knows me well enough that I don't get influenced into doing things. And I also live with my parents, and my sister doesn't have it like certain people. Like, they didn't encourage me or force me or anything to get it. It wasn't like that. But I do come home every single day from the hospital. around COVID patients, and they don't really go out like that, So I had to take a lot of things into consideration. And by looking at my blood results, my red blood cells, everything, I need more lotion. At the time, it felt like the best thing to do because my body with the gout and celiacs and other stuff that was going on, hands down, couldn't even touch the medication that I've been putting into my body for 3 months. It's like now just absorbing to try to work on it. You know what I mean? All the backup, build up acid and all that stuff. And I just had a follow up the other day. They're like, thank God you have that hernia there. It'd be a hurting little something. I must have hurting little kitten, which is weird. So, and then I also have friends that, are required every week to do it because they work with the public, and it's like being forced so they can't keep their job. And one of them is showing a fake vaccination every week. I said, that's fucking crazy. I said, I get it because of how strongly you feel. But realistically, if HR was to ever turn that in, you're not even looking at fines. You're looking at an automatic 30 days in certain stuff in certain states. Like, I just, no. Nope. You won't catch me doing that. It's wrong. But I do get where they're coming at too, because everybody needs to fucking make a living. And it's a shitty scenario that in Massachusetts, they're getting, I know they just put an end to certain stuff now with like restaurants and certain stuff, or they put a stop until it goes to the judicial court, but it's wrong. It's wrong. And people have to work. So again, I keep my opinion to myself. Me personally, that it's just too much of a risk. I would never. It's too risky. And I think they don't even realize why they don't even want it. I think so many people mentally in their head are just so against it because of the force. Is it really you just don't want it in your body because of this, and that? Like, I ruled out that type of stuff. I had to get practical with, am I going to do this or not? Because hands down, I could have fought it religiously and there's nothing they could have done. But again, looking at my blood work and, what was happening, it wouldn't have been a good scenario. My blood work's just slowly starting to rise. It's not even close to like really normal, So, and I still don't know if it's the right decision because I don't know the side effects in 5 years or this and that, you know what I mean? But it seemed to be the right decision at the time, considering my circumstances. And if I didn't work in, a hospital, there's no way I would have done it. But I also have elderly parents. I wouldn't call them elderly, but they're, older with health issues. So I had to do what felt right on multiple reasons. So there was more reasons to do it than to fight it. Because the only reason I really wanted to fight it, well, there was 2 important reasons. A, because it hasn't been out long enough, and to the force, But again, I could have got away with the religious exemption, but at the end of the day, I did what's best for me. My mom's calling me. Hold on. Water, you look shot. You talking to me? I'm exhausted and beat up. Yeah, I just heard Judgment. He says there are risks, but hands down said to get it. I don't know what you guys, I'm assuming you're talking about the COVID. Oh, back to the shop. Oh, my back is so. Comes and goes. I almost had like a panic attack yesterday. I had to take a muscle relaxer at work, but Antonio? No. Well, what does that say? Antoinette. Do you have like a blood disorder? Or like thrombosis or I know it's such an odd thing to ask. I'm sorry. You don't even have to answer that with 40 something people watching. I just got some, like, I was responding to you asking me how my back was. And like a certain test that I work with came to me. So I don't know if that's like a heads up for you or like. I'm sorry to talk about like health like that, but it came out. I'm trying to smoke my lip gloss. Yeah. They told me to stop with the walking like that, to take like little walks. I walk enough during work. Right now it's more about like standing up and how I'm laying down, and because I'm putting pressure on the disc and the nerves, and like I get that. I know what feels better and what doesn't, like that type of stuff. Like little walks, like no more than like half a mile. Or I'm still, because with my hips, no, but your sister does. I don't know if she just needs to keep an eye on it or have her tested, levels tested. And I'm not trying to scare you by any means. But I mean, it could be something that's through hereditary or something. I'm not sure. Because I do feel like the message was for you. So I don't know if like that's the test that came to me is absolutely hands down not a test that you call the doctors and be like, oh, I want this tested. Like they're not just gonna give you that test. So I will tell you what that test targets. to see what to look for. It's like blood clotting, health things, deep vein thrombosis, and pulmonary aneurysms. It's more like blood clots. So I'm not feeling blood clots with you. So it's just checking the levels. So it's not a normal test. They typically only do that test to keep track of your levels. Again, I don't know if what you named Van Winkle's brand, Von Winkle. I don't even know. I don't know. Have you had pneumonia lately? Because that can rise those levels too. Anxiety can rise them too. So I guess like it could just have to do, if you have a lot of anxiety, just try different ways of like coping. I don't know. It's just, yeah, the D dimer came to me, and that's not a normal test. So I don't know if the message was from somebody from like when she mentioned how my back was, because I was responding to her, and the 3 or 4 people that were in the read after that. So I'm not like, but it had nothing to do with my back, and it was instant. So I know it was a message for something like that. What is that? Von Willie brand disease. So it is a bleeding disorder. So the message probably was for you then. So because that's why you would have a D dimer. So the message definitely was for you. But I don't think it was regarding your sister. See what I'm saying? So it is hereditary, passed down from child to child, parent from child. So, and I'm certainly not a doctor, guys. And I don't think the message was for your sister. I really think it was for you. And I know anxiety can raise the levels. So I don't know if you just want to, I don't know. I almost didn't say anything, but that's really not a normal test. So if it came to my head, there's a reason for it. It could be something that you're inheriting or you will inherit. I don't know. I definitely don't think it's like life threatening, like right now. Trust me. Like I would email you and all that. Like, so. Could just be something you're going to inherit and find out next time you have a physical or something. I don't know. Drives me nuts when health stuff comes out like that too, because I'm not a doctor, clearly. But that's just a really odd test to come to me as I'm answering your question. So what do I do? Do I go to a doctor? I can't answer that. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I don't even like talking about health stuff or like when it comes up. You know what I mean? So it could be just a message like you might end up inheriting it. I mean, you could simply, like me as like just me, I could always call the doctor. My anxiety's been like this. We have that. When's the last time you had routine blood work? And can we keep an eye on this? Because, I know it's hereditary, yada, yada. Can we start testing certain stuff? You could just do that. And I would think through normal routine blood work, there would be some type of indication to do alternate testing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, don't panic. It wasn't intended to panic you at all. Honestly, Spirit would tell me. I would email you. I'd have you email me. Honestly, I would never like want to give that type of message. You know what I mean? And then just leave it like that and not look into it further. So, like, no panic. You know what I mean? But like I said, like, when's the last time you had like routine blood work? Because that would indicate, doing further testing. So you could just do it that way too. So. I haven't had blood work in a long time too. Well, I mean, I have, but not until I started like with the health issues. And I know energy is like crazy. It can make you think you have health issues. Not like health issues like that, but like more mental health. But there's so many different things on why people go into depression or depression itself, or is it the energy or certain stuff, I know I've been struggling with stuff lately. And I know it's just not the energy, so I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. I don't know if it's like mental awareness month. I don't know why that's coming in. But there's a difference of being like depressed and not doing anything about it, or knowing you're depressed and not, I don't even know how to explain it. Because typically energy can do that and can last for months, right? But we haven't had that energy for a few months. Which month is mental health awareness? May 1st. It's a couple months away, but this is saying in 1992, they established this day in October. I just think there's all different categories on how we get to the point of mental health, if that makes sense. It just pulled me to What's a good color for mental health? They just pulled me the color in the blue here. So I wonder if it's blue. No, it's green. Oh, somebody knew that because you said green. It's quiet and restful. Green is a soothing color. It's harmony and it diffuses anxiety. Blue. Oh, so blue's up there too. Blue is highly a peaceful color. Blue can especially helpful for stress management because it can encourage powerful sense of calm. And then you do have purple in many cultures, stage shades of violet represent strength, wisdom, and peace. So I think it's green and blue. So green is quiet and restful. Green is soothing color and invites harmony and diffuses anxiety. Blue is helpful for stress management because it's encouraged a powerful sense of calm. Blue is best for depression. Studies show that blue can be used because I looked at the blue and now we're talking about depression. So I wasn't pulled to the blue for no reason. And I think that message is more for me, and clearly for you too. But I have been worried about my mental health lately. There's no question. But I also think, the seasonal depression, there's so many things, but I just don't want you to be fooled thinking that energy is doing it right now because it's not. So, and I do feel like there's different ways. There's mental health is all mental health, right? It's usually from trauma, childhood, whatever happens. Depression energy is typically stems from things that aren't acknowledged or you're not working on, or I don't want to insult anybody, right? But it's like some people just get stuck and they want it this way and they're stubborn and it's like self-inflicting depression. You know what I mean? Not handling what needs to be done. Psychologically, for me, with remember months where I said this to you guys, like I convinced myself I was pregnant, like certain stuff, like just insane. And then the traumatic experience I just had, like the combination is just it's been a lot. And I do feel like I am going through like a depressive state in certain stuff. And I'm not even getting the anxiety with certain stuff. I mean, I did yesterday because I had to take a muscle relaxer at work. So that gave me a little bit of anxiety because I typically don't take medication at all. But I did end up talking to my doctor about it, and he suggested, either talk to a therapist or this, and could even be like PDST, PD, whatever that is. People don't even realize they get it. But when I was talking to he was cool as shit. He's like, we normally don't talk about this, Courtney. He's like, I'm a little worried and blah, 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 blah. It happened. It was actually this morning I had called and I was like, I'm a little concerned about my mental health. So he was concerned. Suggested maybe a therapist or certain stuff. And I'm thinking like, I'm in denial over here thinking like, it just doesn't make any sense and blah, 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 blah. And he knows I'm totally against medication. He did suggest try medication like 4 to 6 weeks. I'm like, I'm not going that route. Spirit would never want me to go that route. So I do have to find, the PTSD. Like, he's like, you got a lot of symptoms of that. And then I was like, but that doesn't make sense. And he's like, well, it does, Courtney. He's like, you were convinced you were pregnant. He's like, you hassled me for like 3 months and this and that. And he's like, I've slowly kind of been watching you. You've been in the doctor's office, da 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 da. And then, of course, I stopped bawling. I'm like, this doesn't look good. He's like, and he made me feel better, Um, and I'm not used to feeling this way or certain stuff. And, he's like, what you went through, like the pain you experienced, you've had 4 children, you've gone through C-sections, you have high tolerance of pain. He's like, it was traumatic for you, you know? Because if I talk about it, I can't believe I'm being even brave right now and like I'm not like choking up. But if I talk about it or I think about it, like all I want to do is cry, So, and then I try to convince him to give me like opioids to have them in the house for if that pain hits me again. And he's like, I won't do that. And I'm like, no. I'm like, I really need you to do that. I'm like, you know me. I don't like medicine. Da, 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 da. He's like, I'm not fucking prescribing you opioids. He's like, I won't do it. So I'm like, fine. But I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid if that pain comes back, I won't come out of it again. See? So I want something on hand. I'm like, can I just have 3? He's like, I won't do it, Court. He's like, Motrin, this and that is like, if you need to for pain management, you can go back to the hospital again, this and that. But like, I'm like freaked out, like, because when my back starts hurting again, like I almost go into like an instant panic. He's like, it sounds like you have PTSD or whatever it is. And I'm like, I'm not now going to convince myself that I have that. You know what I mean? So I need to work on things personally myself to mentally take myself out of this, even though I don't feel like mentally I'm there. But I do know I'm not myself. And I even said to you guys during the whole pregnancy thing, like, that psychologically fucked with me. It did. And then 2 months later, I went through another traumatic experience with going in an ambulance ride and getting rushed to the hospital and not really knowing what's happening. And then my experience at the hospital was rotten. It was awful. So now I'm just fucking paranoid, So, and he knows that it's not menopause. I did all those testing. It's not even premenopause. It's not. And he believes me. I've had 4 babies and 2 miscarriages. I know what it's like to be pregnant. I was not crazy. And then I had to convince myself that I wasn't pregnant. It was a lot. And then when I finally eased myself out of that, I ended up with the nerve damage. So, and I ended up with the back thing that went to my nerves. And then from there, I was told I had to go to physical therapy. So it's just, I have not even processed that whole hospital experience. So I have to physically find a way to take myself out of this that I'm like working on. So it's a lot. So I think the reason why I mentioned it, because I typically would never go with blue, and I thought this was an odd purchase, and now it actually makes sense. Not only for me, but for you guys, right? So, I know eating better and certain stuff and exercise, and it's going to be slowly and surely with my recovery. Like, it really has been traumatic for me. And I'll have certain people, like, not my parents, but certain people like, you're fine or you'll get better. And I'm like, you guys don't even understand what it did to me mentally. I've never experienced pain like that. And then to have such a poor experience and to be treated like a drug addict at the hospital, it just so again, I think it's gonna take me a little while to snap out of it. Um, and I just want to find ways myself. I do not want medication. He knows I don't want medication. Um, and I'm against it. And I'm almost like I sat in bed this morning for like an hour. Like, do I do it? Do I not? Like, that's how, like, you know. So I know I just need to get into like a new project and eat better and really work with the plants, do my PT. I know I could take time off of work and get paid for it, but I'm better off working. My mind needs to stay working. I need to stay active. I think the worst thing for me to do, because even the doctors had mentioned it and even PT had mentioned, why don't you just take, short-term disability and get, because I have work for a hospital, like get the same paycheck every week, 100% covered. So, but I know mentally for my own mental health right now, that wouldn't be smart. So I'm sure a lot of you guys are going through stuff. I know it kicked in a couple months ago with like certain stuff, like certain people in the family. I was worried about mental health and this and that. And it stems from all different things, You wouldn't think that it would be traumatic to feel like I was pregnant and convince myself I was pregnant because everything was telling me I was. You wouldn't think that'd be traumatic. But it was for me because I'm obsessed with babies. I love being pregnant. I'm such a mom, Um, and you wouldn't think like a back injury and taking an ambulance ride to the hospital would be traumatic for somebody. Why all that is happening, I could be clearing, believe it or not, karma from a past life. I don't fucking know. I don't know if I'm meant to be talking about it with you or not. I'm surprised I'm not crying. I just know there's all different forms on how you get there. And I don't think mine by any means is seasonal, but that hands down absolutely is a thing. There's no question. And I know I'm not right. But when I told myself it psychologically fucked with me, the whole pregnancy thing off and on for 3 months, I don't know if I convinced myself it psychologically fucked with me. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, I can't even, I didn't even know how to process everything that I was even feeling or going through or I don't know. And if I didn't feel pregnant, it wouldn't be a thing. This never would have happened. But I know every symptom. I know this. I know that. And there is so many other things that can trigger that and make it feel like that. And I can link into the cyst. I can this and that. But cysts usually have to be a little bigger. I can link it to a lot of things, right? But it was, for me, it was straight up pregnancy. I know my body well enough. So why I had to experience that, and I've said this to you before, it's fucking cruel. Premenopause, if that's a thing, it's fucking cruel. I don't know how I'm going to get through premenopause or menopause when it actually fucking happens. Maybe that's why I had to experience this now to learn how to get through something like that. So when I get to that, I'm strong enough to battle that. It's not a coincidence that this is happening to me. And I know it's not the energy. you know? So I know there's all certain stuff that I need to work on. I'm not concerned for my mental health, like I'm going to take my life, but I know me well enough, you know? And then again, the back injury, I just think it's the fucking like icing on the fucking cake, unfortunately. You know, so, but from when I've done my own research with the, PTSD and then like depression, it all breaks down to the same thing. Um, Eating better, exercise, stuff like that. You know, it's kind of like all the stuff we've all taught each other, and I taught you guys throughout the years on how to, work through this and that. So I know I can get through it. You just wouldn't, it's just mind blowing to me that something like that can trigger this, you know? So little steps at a time. And I can tell like my mom's picking up on things like last thing I want to do is burden them or tell them or because I don't need how you doing today, blah 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 blah. Like I just feel like it would be worse, you know. And I know I'm smart enough. Like if I ever was like really thinking like, okay, now this is going in a whole nother direction, um, it's a whole nother topic, you know. But it's been a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. So I'll figure it out. I'll get there. So I guess the whole reason why I brought it up is maybe because I saw the blue. I don't typically ever again get blue. And I thought it was very weird. And when I purchased things, I actually remember like even asking Spirit, like, really? Like blue? Blue. I'm like, do you think it's too bold? Do you think like I questioned it? And now I know why. So it's pretty. I do like it. So I'll work on me. I'm not at the point where I can't work or function. You know what I mean? I just don't like the fact that I had to take a muscle relax at work and this and that. And I don't like being told this is what's going on because then I look into it more. And then it's like, do we actually convince ourselves like this is a thing? Blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So there's so many things going on with my friends right now too. And I almost said it's great, but it's not great. I was even talking to Ash last night, and she's like, "I haven't touched base with you in a couple weeks since this and that, and we got to talk about you." And I'm thinking, she's like, "We got this going on and that going on, and I'm sorry." Blah blah blah. I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm actually thankful all the other shit's going on with everybody else because I don't want to talk about my shit. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to cry. I don't want pity. I don't want this. Like, I feel like for me, that might be worse. I feel like that's why I'm like actually shocked I'm even talking about it with you. I think because I feel like me mentally knowing what I need to do and seeing it through um, is just something I know I need to do. Don't ever want to take the medication route ever, unless I'm like having suicidal thoughts or something like that, and I'm like in a bad spot, Um, but those two experiences alone, I cannot believe put me in this position. And I've been talking about health for a while now, and I really wasn't on it. Spirit could have put me right here for a really good reason. Like, how many times do we have to acknowledge this before you go that route? How many times do we got to do this before you go that route? Like, okay, so you're not going to do that? Okay. Like, does it like really have to be rock bottom and now affect my mental health for me to be like, now I got to do this way because I have no choice. But then I thought that way when it came to the medical stuff. So it's like we all we all get ourselves in this position for a very good fucking reason, guys. It's not out of fucking nowhere and for no reason. That's a given. And the more you ignore it, the worse it fucking gets. That's karma. So I can take the route of going on medication and pretending that this isn't happening, hoping that that will work. Or I can do the right thing and try to heal myself holistically. And the way we should be healing ourselves with what Mother Earth has given us to heal ourselves with. So maybe I didn't take care of my body in the last lifetime, considering all the karma. Spirit will lay you out. And with all, just like having to like detox and putting plants in my system, within days, or I guarantee within a week, I'll probably even notice a difference. Just gotta fucking do it and stay on it and stay disciplined and stay away from this and stay away from that. And, and I know when I get depressed, I'll eat shit. I'll eat and eat and eat. And I couldn't gain a weight for the longest time. And I think in the last 2 weeks, I put on 4 pounds. And I'll walk around with a massive bellyache, knowing I shouldn't have ate that, but I fucking eat it anyway. Because when I'm stressed out, I eat. Some people like lose their appetite, not me. Can't have chocolate? I'll go buy 10 candy bars. Seriously, that's what I've been doing to myself. Self-inflicting pain. So, that's where the fuck I'm at. So I guess it was important to mention, because I think we all have karma and we all have this and we all know better and we're not doing it. And this is a great example of spirit playing fucking takeaway. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know a lot of people get depressed and like lose weight. Not me. I'm a food junkie. When I'm sad, I fucking eat. I eat a lot. So, I'd have to say it's an awful experience to go through. But spirit does play takeaway in different ways. And mine had to get, I think, to the point of mental health awareness and health, not even mental, like physical health. For like a fucking bell to go off. So I would hate to think I got laid out like that by spirit, but I've been telling myself for a very long time to do the plant diet and bought all those things within almost a year ago that have just been sitting on my shelves, and I have it all and I look at it every day and shut the door again and tell myself twice a week at least, shut the door again, and then walking around with a massive bellyache and eating what I shouldn't be eating and shoving into my mouth, knowing I shouldn't be eating it. Like, where's my brain? Am I going to let that type of energy take over, or am I going to get control over it? Got two options there. And I want a good life and I want a healthy life, you know? So like my body like is just weak and not nourished enough that my brain can actually psychologically fuck with me right now because my body's not healthy. See how that works? People wonder why they can't move forward or they can't do that because they psychologically put themselves in a place of wherever they're at, but they know better and they're aware and they still don't fucking do nothing. I feel like and that's on the board, and that's like with breakups and certain stuff, and I'm experiencing it in a different way. You know what I mean? We all experience it one way or another. I can say I'm just as fucking stubborn, you know? But I still feel like there's a difference between people sticking around for the wrong things and health, but I could be wrong there. I could be contradicting myself. Probably contradicting myself. So I'm just at the point in my life where I want to stay away from anybody who can't do good for them and what's right for them. Because I got swept into the same bullshit, but on a health path. I've known certain stuff. If I'm not hanging around with the right people and certain vibes and I'm not feeling good, but I'm still entertaining, I'm still doing this, but I know it's not good, but I'm trying to help. Like, I should fucking know better. You know what I'm saying? So I think with the North Node and the South Node, it's got to be something with all of us. We all came into this world with karma. It's just figuring out which part of it you link to. You know? So I'm literally at the point where like certain friends are not like, I'm not entertaining this. I'm not doing this. I'm not. You know? If you can't do good for you and I'm hanging out with you and you're not doing the right thing for you and we're chilling, clearly I'm being put in the same position because I got to be at a real low if I'm still choosing to hang out with that energy. And I'm not saying that person's a bad person. It boils down to the energy and me knowing better. You know? So I think there was a very important message in this reading for all of you, this one topic of what we just talked about and what it is for you, because we all come into this world with karma and we're in between the North and the South Node. So if there is something, you want to tell yourself there is not, then I don't know. You must not be from this world, or I don't know what you are. You know, my karma is linked to my health, which you wouldn't think that would be a thing. You know, but it's a thing. And if you're self-medicating or if you're drinking too much or there's other addictions, like, and you know that's your go-to, like I mentioned the food. I know it's my go-to. You know what I mean? So if you're aware and you're not doing anything, it's going to get worse, 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 and worse, and worse. just like it is for me. Until you get to the point where you just gotta do what's best for you. Now I'm thinking like I went through the breakups, I went through all this, like, so I got that part down. Now I got my health. I'm trying to think what other category is gonna hit us. It's gonna hit us next. You know, got mind, body, and soul, right? In order to clear my mind, I gotta feed my body and soul, right? And that's whether it's an addiction, whether it's food, whether it's alcohol, whether it's drugs, shopping, whatever it is, there's something, you know, holding on to the past, clinging to the past. So I am glad it got to the point where at this point, if I don't do anything, then shame on me. Now that it's recognizable, you know. And I think that's why I get so frustrated with the energy that keeps popping in up and down on the board, because that energy, that group of collective is fully aware that starting a new life is key and getting on the right path is key. But yet they're still coming up with excuses or lying to themselves or lying to other people. And it's starting to piss me off, you know. But again, look what I put myself through. But again, I was also vibing with energy that was dealing with certain circumstances like that too. So shame on me, because again, how many times do I got to tell myself no and this and that? And I mean, I really did cut it out. But now it's like even more clear, you know? There's always signs everywhere. It's just a matter if you follow through with them. And the people I'm talking about on the board can be like a good friend, but you still got to be smart enough how much you engage in that situation, you know. I don't think, I know smoking, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, this is awful, I know it's awful. I don't think smoking is part of karma though. Like that's just a bad habit. That's not, to me, that's not holding you back. Like if you're an alcoholic, that's holding you back. If you're a drug addict, that's holding you back. Addicted to sex, it's holding you back. Cigarettes, to me, they don't hold you back, but it's certainly not good for your health. That's a given. What I'm talking about is things that are holding you back, because we're in the midst of major karma. And it's up to, and if it has to do with the relationship, if somebody's not willing to work on karma with you, then you got to be smart enough, and your karmic lesson is to take yourself out of it. So we're looking for bigger things than just picking up a cigarette. That can be a go-to for like a stress thing, but it's distressing, but it's still bigger. Karma is still bigger than that. That's an addiction, but it's not an addiction that holds you back. Unless you have like lung cancer or COPD or things like that, and you're still fucking smoking. Then there's a lesson there, clearly, because it's linked to your fucking health, and it's not good for your health. But it's only holding you back if you know. You know, so many people, shockingly enough, who have lung disease or lung cancer, all these things, and they're like, well, I'm dying anyway. You know, I got a couple years, I might as well. Why would I want to quit smoking now? You know what I mean? You're so stressed out and this and that, and you're dying anyway. I think the statistics are enormous how many people keep smoking. It's like they convince themselves it's better for their health because it's less stress. But there could be a cure that's found in there. You can clean up in that meantime. You can clean up your lungs in the meantime. Miracles happen in the meantime. Like there's. But statistically, we'll never know shit like that really because people continue to smoke. You're dying of liver function. You're not going to just clean yourself up and start going to AA. You're going home and you're having a drink because you're stressed the fuck out by the diagnosis. And clinging to the past is just as strong as an addiction. It's even, I think, sometimes even more damaging because you could be covering it with addiction. So now you're just piling one thing on top of another and another and another. It's crazy. And if you guys know people like that and it's like there's just no growth and things aren't happening, you got to remove yourself from the fucking scenario. You have to. And if you choose not to, then shame on you and karma will hit you like it's hitting me and other people in different ways. It's one thing to be there for somebody who's acknowledging you and reciprocating and actually working on things and they're talking to you and you're working it out. Realistically, what I've been seeing on the board, that is not the case. So it's not time to fool ourselves. And the fact that I could even have this conversation with you guys without crying and out this and out that is happening with a lot of you. And I guess it was just a lot of people weren't seeing it or explaining it like the way I just like explained it or something, which I had no intention to even like go this route and even have this conversation. But it does boil down to certain stuff. That's why I say like the reads on the board, like I could totally put myself there just in a different way. It's tough because I still see people like, oh, this doesn't relate or it's not my story. And it's like, some way, somehow it is. You're just not changing your perspective on, is it boiling to health? Is it boiling down to your mental health? Is it boiling down to your physical health? Is it boiling down to, realistically, every day, more day in problems, holding on to the past? Is it this? You know what I mean? You're not, because you're here and you're focused on the read and you're like, oh yeah, I know that scenario. But what you really got to figure out is how do you play part of that scenario? Even if it's you watching from the outside or trying to take care of a friend or trying to do the right thing, there's still something within these reads if you're still on my page. And I'm still trying to justify my mental health versus the different kind of mental health. And I don't think I can. But the fact that I'm bringing it up, there's something there. So I don't really feel like I'm contradicting myself. If I'm having this conversation with you, there's a reason why. And it's me to break certain categories down in certain ways. Because I feel like I can't justify the shit that's been on the board. Because if you're holding on for financial reasons or you're holding on because of an addiction, to me, that's clearly it's a different type of karma. But there's narcissism there. There's so many other things. And with what's going on with my mental health, it is not like that. So I know mental health is mental health, but I think it needs to be broken down in different categories in different ways. Because I can't justify the bullshit on my board. I can't justify someone crying over the same person for years. That's self inflicting your own fucking damage. And I know my health, it's like self inflicting myself too, because I know and I can acknowledge, but I'm telling you, like in my brain, I feel like it's different, even though it sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but it's like I'm not. There is a difference there. So I don't really know why spirit's having me break it down that way. But clearly there's different categories of mental health, but you wouldn't think that there was. Or at least I wouldn't think that there was. I don't know if the common person would think that there was. You would think it's all in one category, right? Obviously, we experience our own different traumas and addictions and this and that. But to categorize mental health in one category, which I think is what they're doing, is not accurate. You know what I mean? To categorize it just as like mental health is, yeah, there's so many different layers and category. So spirit's having me pick up on something. I just don't know what it is. I don't know enough about mental health awareness and stuff. So I don't know if they're having me go down a certain route that I'm unaware of. And we're talking out loud about it because we tend to do that. Hmm. Yeah, but to break down those sub categories in a spiritual way is, I think, different on how it's presented on Google. And it might actually help to break them down. Hmm. Spiritual testing. No, I think it's like something for me. It's like a message for me. Clearly, it's a message for everyone. But it sounds like, okay, so if we're talking about it and you guys are helping me break it down, we see the bullshit that's been on the board and how frustrated I can get, or I see and I get into energy. And sometimes I'm like, damn, that's not even me. Other times I'm like, fuck, I don't even want to read this. Like, this is just like ridiculous. This self victim shit has to fucking stop. There's a big difference between, you know, unawareness and being unawakened to situations or denial. There's so many things, right? And then when I think about my scenario, when I talk out loud, it feels wrong for me to judge other people's scenarios. But if I'm being put in this position to talk about it out loud, they're not the same category with what I read. Like that's the scenarios on the board and that frustration, that person, that category is still very much aware of needing to start a new life in a new chapter, and they're choosing to hold themselves back. because they don't want change, or they don't want to submit, or they don't want to own their wrongs, or they got caught up in so many fucking lies. There's so many excuses, that there's so many things, right? But in my circumstances, I can come up with a lot of excuses and all that too. So a lot of people would be like, well, you're contradicting yourself, but Spirit's telling me right now that I'm not. So I just don't know how to place that. Because they're like 100%, you're not contradicting yourself. But in my head, it's contradicting. Denial's denial. Oh, there's denial all over the board lately. But still knowing better. So if you're aware and you still know better, and you're holding on for the wrong reasons, I can't relate to that. I can't. It's infuriating because you're holding yourself back. And to me, there's not a good enough reason. And to me, I don't feel like I'm holding myself back, but I do know with the karma linked to health, for me personally, I just had to get here to get to where I need to be. I wouldn't say I was holding myself back. So I don't know how to place it without sounding contradicting. It's one thing to not be aware and to guide you guys out of certain situations, but that is not what's on the board. So I do like that I'm going into different things, like with transits, but I feel like I might even switch that up again and work with planets. People might be able to relate to planets if people start breaking down planets better and how it affects our energy. Instead of going by zodiac. Because we have every propensity. So if I start breaking down the planets, instead of saying there's a lot of Aquarius on the board, there's a lot of this, or if I notice a lot of calm, I can tell you how Saturn works. I don't know what's more beneficial. And I'm glad I switched it up to transits, but I'm still not feeling satisfied because the story's still coming out. So if I'm going to stick to basic energy, it breaks down to the planets. All I know is that what I do next has to do with a lot of research, so I'll figure it out once I figure out how to categorize certain things. Yeah, so it probably is good that we talk about it like that. She's like cutting and releasing, eating is releasing, like you quite know that situation can weigh heavily on one and not feel the same for the other. And I get that. But when you have people around you that give you good advice and certain stuff and you're aware, And I don't want to take one from the other, but I'm telling you what I'm seeing. It's not me being stubborn. It's not. It's just that self-victim. And if someone can convince themselves that's just, it takes time, or it takes this, it takes that. When you start convincing yourself of stuff like that, to me, you're fucked, because you're making up excuses in your head. I have somebody, a friend of mine, that loves using the time factor. And it's like, it's not time. It has nothing to do with fucking time. I wouldn't have came into your life years ago or a year ago, whatever the case may be, if it was really about fucking time. Everybody comes into somebody's life at the right fucking time. If two people don't work on something together, then it's not going to work out. And then if one doesn't want to work on it, but the other one does, then excuses come in and people want to use, oh, it was bad timing. That's bullshit. The time thing pisses me off more than anything. We don't have fucking time like that. Time shouldn't be used as an excuse. Now, does it take time to heal? Yes. But then if somebody says, well, I don't want to go in this route, or I don't want a relationship, or I don't want that, I need more time. No, you don't. You're lying to yourself. There's something else that's a bigger fucking problem that you need to get to the bottom of. And to me, you're already aware of the problem. You just don't want to challenge the fucking problem. So there's a big fucking difference there. So when somebody says it's a timing thing, it's like, it pisses me off like you wouldn't believe. Like, I've had people be like, oh, well, at least, you had 5 years. No. 5 years between divorces. No. I chose within the first couple months to mourn his death because I had 4 fucking kids to support. I knew I was on my own. I knew I didn't want to go fucking backwards. So instead of making up excuses and sitting in self-pity and victim and this and that, I took myself out of the fucking equation. I didn't tell myself, maybe he'll come back. Maybe we can work on this. Maybe I really don't want him to leave. That's the worst thing you could fucking do. You are wasting time and wasting your fucking life when you start using time for an excuse. There's just no reason for it. Healing takes time. But you heal over time by what you do is best for you. The energy that's been on the board, they're not doing what's best for them. They may think they are if it's regarding finances or something else, but karma will hit that way too. So what we don't have is time. Not enough. I'm lucky to have another 40 years, 50 tops. Honestly. I was listening to a video the other night. And you know how I get wicked anxiety when they're like, breathe, take a deep breath in, listen to your breath, feel your breath. I get anxiety talking about it. I know I must have drowned in a past life. There's no question. So I can't do the breathing thing. And then I have to calm myself down during a meditating video just to breathe normal. Okay. And then when I got to a point where I was breathing normal again, at one point of the video is like, now feel your breath. Is it warm? Is it cold? And it was like not an epiphany to me, but I was like, damn, feeling my breath, right? And we take it for fucking granted. Like, we take our breath for granted. We don't think about our breath like that. And when we think about our breath, it's for like meditation or this and that. Like, I totally interpreted that on a whole nother level of how thankful we are to even experiencing feeling our breath, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like in school they should teach not like breathing techniques or this and that. Like, they can go in so many different routes. But we talk about breath, we talk about the heart, we talk about so many things in science. But I think it'd be real smart if somebody would just sit back, or a teacher or somebody, and teach their kids, like, feel your breath. Like, when they're old enough to like comprehend. Is it warm? Is it cold? What does it touch first? Does it touch the top of your lip? Does it go in a different direction because of how the structure of your nose was built? Do you feel it on your cheeks? Because for me, even the littlest thing like that is like, holy shit, I'm taking my breath for granted. One day I am going to take my last breath. Like, it's so precious. I don't even know how to explain it besides that, you know? Because even with like meditation and breathing and like, that's to like calm your mind, body, and spirit, you know? So, I don't know, it just hit me a different way the way it was explained to me, you know? And there's a lot through breathing. Tantric sex, all that. That's all through breathing techniques, being on the same breathing pattern as your partner at the time, because it puts you in sync. That's how you. That's why tantric sex is so intense, because it's more people. I don't. You can all look at it in different ways, but it's getting in tune with that partner. It doesn't even have to be. It could be a random partner you're learning with, and you're still going to feel that intensity once you guys connect by breath, because then your bodies, Kessel, and then because then your bodies synchronize. See what I'm saying? A lot of people will be like, oh, it's all about the feeling and this. Like, it's, yes, you feel that intensity and that passion, that desire. You feel so many things because you're in sync. You synced your heartbeats together. Of course, you're going to have a happier relationship to do that. And you can't always keep them synced. You know what I mean? But when they are in sync, it's beautiful. So, I don't know. It's just the way it was presented to me, like where my brain went for a second. Because I know we were talking about the time thing, and it's like, can't stand it when people. To me, it's just an excuse. It's a lousy excuse for you not to look at life differently, not to change your perspective, not try to change. And then when people say they're trying to change, I think they convince themselves they're trying to change, because everybody around them can see that they're not changing. So at that point, they're in denial. And at that point, there's fucking nothing you can do except to exit the fucking situation, because you'll never win. And it's not about winning, but you'll never be right in their eyes. It would just be a constant battle. There's so many different levels of so many different things, you know? But when people start convincing themselves they need time and they need this, you're only making excuses for yourself for not really getting down to what needs to be cleared out of your life. Now, if this, well, I'm not talking death, like a actual death. That's another scenario. We're talking the end of a marriage, the end of a karmic relationship, the end, you know what I'm saying? I knew mentally I had to mourn him. I didn't want a chance taking him back or going back and forth. And it wasn't because I hated him. It was just, we both knew over the years when's enough. We both knew, right? So you're always going to, after a breakup or someone leaves the house, you're always going to know that someone will always come back for their own selfish reasons. And it's, because the routine changes up or uncomfortability, or they need someone to fill a void. You know what I mean? And I knew I didn't want to get put in that situation. I also knew I had 4 babies, So to me, there's someone throws time in my direction for an excuse, I'm done. You're holding yourself back. And some of them really don't see it because they convince themselves. Why? Society, conditioning. Why? Because people tell you you need time. People tell you you need this. People come into people's lives for a reason, and it's the exact time. If the 2 of you aren't willing to work on whatever karma it is you have, it's not bad timing. Oh, I just went through a breakup. It's bad timing. No. That's a blessing in disguise. So if you want to make an excuse and tell yourself you need more time or you can't do this, or is it? I'm not that, Rita. That's why I never say to you timing is fluid, this and that. Of course it is. But no. That's why I never go out too far. Even with transits, I didn't want to go out more than a month. Because anything can change in a month if somebody decides to actually try. How many people have had somebody come in their lives and say, oh, it's bad timing? It is never bad timing. If that person came into your life, it was the right time. You just didn't want to face your shit or learn your lessons. And you didn't want to tell yourself it's a blessing because other people around you would tell you you were crazy because you didn't have enough time. The fuck? If I got people telling me bullshit fucking excuses like that, I don't want that type of fucking bad advice anywhere near me. It's already bad enough the shit I'm seeing on the board, all the fucking rotten advice somebody has fucking listened to according to society. It's bullshit. If someone says they need more time, you're making an excuse out. The only time I want to hear you need more time is if you physically need to heal from an injury. That takes time. And even then, I feel like mentally you can speed up your healing through good mental thoughts. I was literally seeing someone last year and they're like, oh, you had 4 years to like heal in between this and that. And it's just like, it blows my mind. Then why did you call me? Why did you reach out? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Like, that makes zero fucking sense. Clearly you're trying to fill your own voids, but considering I allowed myself to engage with that, it was the right time. It wouldn't have been the right time if one of us said no to it. Have a good rest of your day. I don't even think like with stocks and certain stuff, it's right timing to pull out, right timing not to pull out. No, listen to your gut when it comes to certain stuff. Unless you're more mental and you go by like the analytical things. But I think working with stuff like that, you gotta be able to follow both. Depends on what you do for work. And I've explained this before, like there's only certain things where bad timing like works. You know what I mean? And ultimately I could break it down in so many ways where I can make it sound like it's not bad timing. You know, you're on your way to work and there's like a major accident and you avoided it, but now you're sitting in traffic for an hour and it's like, oh, bad timing. You know, you could tell your boss, like, oh, sorry, bad timing. It's not though, because chances are you left late for work or you took a different route, or you see what I'm saying? Like there's so many different, it all boils down to an excuse at the end of the fucking day. If you use timing for anything, it's an excuse. I got 50 something of you. Like, can you guys give me one good excuse, which is no such thing as a good excuse, but can you guys give me one example that you can justify by using timing besides an actual physical death? Because I bet you I can break that down where it becomes an excuse. It's like the number one fucking excuse out there. It's society. It's bad advice, following bad advice. And there's a lot of gossiping going on behind your back right now too. And it's like I don't want to read the energy, but I'm still gonna do a weekend read. People are talking shit, not taking accountability for their fucking lies, still continuing to tell, oh, you're crazy, or we're not talking about it, we're not doing that. There's a lot of shit like that. Family members, siblings talking shit about you because they want to put the blame on you because you're the most current blame they can use. But they really don't want to talk about their own shit before you came into the picture. Like, this is why I'm like, will I ever meet anybody out there that can match me? I'm convinced I can. I just convinced it's not going to be around here. I know there's plenty of men out there that want that in a woman too, you know. So I'm sure our paths will cross when it's time for that too, after we learn certain lessons. You know, it's just so much gossip, and it's like they just don't want to. They just don't want to own their own shit right now, so they're gonna throw somebody else into the fucking equation. I know that's gonna come out in Weekend Read. Fighting about money, fighting about other people, bickering about this. How about you just man up or woman up and tell the fucking truth? If you tell the truth in life, you can't fucking go wrong. You only get caught up in your shit because you fucking lied. And that's the fucking truth. And you got people that are convincing themselves that you got people that are lying to themselves, convincing themselves of their own fucking lies. That's why I'm like, I can't engage in certain shit anymore. I don't have it. Because if you tell the truth at the end of the day, I swear to God, strike me dead. You can't go fucking wrong. Nothing can come back at you. Nothing. People can't talk shit. They can't do, I mean, they can, but like, that wouldn't be your fucking circle of friends anyway. You know what I mean? But I swear to God, you tell the truth at the end of the day, you can't fucking go wrong. You stay true to you, you're gonna live a big happy fucking life. Pinocchio's been on the board for fucking months, forever, for too long. All they gotta do is own the truth. But yet they want to tell people, you don't know what you're talking about. Think what you want. We know all the famous lines. If that's what you want to think, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, oh my God. You sound so stupid in my head right now. But sometimes I don't even want to be that blunt about it. I'll just take myself out of the fucking equation. Because some people really believe it. And they're just in denial. They know they can make the situation better. But someone told lies, master manipulators, pathological liars, and it's gone on for so long about the same person that if they were to tell the truth, they would look so fucking stupid. But it's like, face it. You might as well fucking face it. You look and sound way more stupider by keeping it going. You're only doing more damage. You're causing damage to the people on the outside in the situation, and you're causing self-damage, and you're causing more insecurities, and all you're doing is putting a bigger wall up, and your ego's getting fucking bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't want nobody in my life like that anymore. Somebody will come along where they are mature and they are ready to own their shit and they just want to live life, and there will be somebody that will come and reciprocate and be on the same level as you, and they just want to, have each other's back at the end of the day and fall in love and live their life. If you keep running into scenarios where that's not happening, there's still something karmic there. And if the karma is still going to be part of your karma, and if the karma is really not yours, your way to clear that karma is to take yourself out of the scenario. That's the test for you. You do that, you're on to the next. You know what I mean? You might get tested a couple times, but then it will come in. You know what I mean? I feel like this time around, it was really about empowerment and what you want and don't want, what you can tolerate and not tolerate, when to back away from a scenario, when to go back in. Like my last scenario was tough because it was a lesson for me, but it was also me helping spirit. You know what I mean? There was so many different scenarios for me, so it got complicated. But we should all be at the point where we now recognize where we're at. And therefore, if you're going to let a manipulator keep manipulating you or try to trick you into this or continue to lie about you behind your back about what's really going down, and you're choosing to stay and stick around, then you deal with your own consequences according to your records. People like to use kids as an excuse too. And I think that's a bullshit excuse. You sure you gave it enough time? You sure you want to bring the kids around that? It's like, no, that's an excuse. That's an excuse. Because if you're at a place in life and it doesn't take time to get there, it's your fucking mindset. Okay? Doesn't take time to, let me repeat that. It does not take time to get there. It's your mindset. That's linked to society's thoughts. Let's get fucking real realistic about the situation. Because I'm tired of people with the whole, oh, we got children, it's more complicated than you think. No, it's not. If you came into each other's lives and you guys have a connection and you know you're supposed to be lifting each other up instead of bringing each other down, but you don't want to face all the other shit, there's a difference. But if you're willing to do all that and you came into each other's lives for a reason, trust me that other person is in your life to also mentor your children. But if you can't get past that fact that somebody else can influence your children in a good way, but it's, it's not really your place, they each have a parent. If you're looking at shit like that, your children are fucked. And we wonder why this generation is fucked up. It's not timing. There's nothing to do with fucking time. It has everything to do with where your mindset is at. And if you're allowing people to hold you back, shame on you. Because that's what it boils down to. Oh, it has nothing to do with him. It has nothing to do with her. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. If you even mention that, it's because you know you're a fucking liar. You know it's the main problem. I love the whole, oh, I just want to know what it feels like to be single. I've never been single. No, you're actually scared of being alone. You just want to be macho and this and that. Like, I can pinpoint so many things. All that person has to do is be honest, and they can start living a fucking life that they actually want. But no, they told themselves and convinced themselves of all the lies they've told. And they got in so fucking deep that they feel there's no way out. But there is. It's the truth. And if they can't own the truth, then it's your lesson to step out of it. You know? You come into people's lives for a blessing or a lesson. It's up to you to figure it out. I feel like a majority, like the last one I just went through was both. But that person didn't want to look at it as a blessing or a lesson. And when you find yourself in that situation, it's time to pull yourself out. And so many people will use children as an excuse. And I'm telling you, that was the hardest thing for me to absorb too. Like, I come first, I come before the children. Yeah. Because your kids can't benefit through example or through feeling or through anything unless you figure your shit out. And there's so many people out there that just think it's, that co-parenting, you got to get it right and this and that. And not if that's your karma. If you're already fighting over the kids and you don't have the same ethics and you don't have the same morals, but yet you're still trying to co-parent, you're wasting your time. There's so much energy where they're like out there, like on the board, where it's like they act like they're so good and they're giving that persona off to everybody, like it's all good or this and that. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's not. It's awful behind the scenes, but yet they want to tell you that they're good, or they don't want to tell you anything because of their own ego. But it's karmic, so they're not fooling anybody. They're only they're only delaying their own happiness. And therefore their kids are struggling because you got frickin' frack that won't do the right thing. And it boils down to conditioning. So if you're on my channel, you're spiritual. You know better than that. That's your lesson. Take yourself out of the fucking equation. If you mentioned it more than once and you've told them how you feel more than once and they're not acknowledging or they're avoiding or they're coming up with excuses, your lesson is to get the fuck out of it. If you're giving and they're not, get the fuck out of it. Oh, I went through this, I went through that. It's going to take time. You're dealing with somebody who's in fucking denial. Take yourself out of the fucking equation. A majority of us were the catalyst this time around to help somebody else. And that's good. That also clears karma. But you also have to know that was probably part of your karma to help somebody through something. But you also have to know when to take yourself out and how often you engage. There's too many excuses on the board. It's not that spirit didn't know they weren't ready. They're ready. They're just not ready to face the truth. That's the problem. It's not that they're not ready. If you came into their life, they're more than ready. They're just not ready to face the problem. There's absolutely hands down a reason. So if that person comes around and says, I'm not ready for a relationship, I'm not this, they're throwing, it's excuses. They just expected it to be somebody else, if that makes sense. Like if you're the catalyst, you're trying to take them out of a painful situation. You're trying to pull them from a karmic situation. So they had the opportunity to get out and go in a new direction, but they're still choosing to hold on to the karmic. Therefore, you got to take yourself out of it. And it's not for them to come back. If anything, with me, I'm just like, I hope eventually they learn their lesson. Sometimes they're not meant to figure it out why you're still part of their life because it was a lesson. How do you know at some point it wouldn't turn into a blessing? But you wouldn't even want that back until they realize that the self-deception and the shit show they have created through lies. Somebody saying they're not ready is bullshit. It's an excuse for them not wanting to let something go, not wanting to realize something is final, because they know when they make the final decision, there's no going back. But little do they know already there's no going back. But they still hope. So it's like they got different lessons. You know what I mean? And I've been in that situation. I'm like, oh, Spirit, why'd you put me in this or this and that? But then I realize if they do come out on top, it's for a good reason. But you gotta know you were there for a reason. But if they're not ready to face that reason and be honest with you and others, you have to take yourself out of the equation and you do what's best for you. That person would, if they're meant to be in your life, were there for a learn and come back, or you guys will figure it out, or you cut your ties and someone else comes back in. I almost look at relationships as a job, and I hate to say it, but it is a job. You have to work on them. Partners have to be partners. And a lot of people just don't want to do the extra work. At the end of the day, they just don't want to face their own shit, all the lies they got caught up in. And that's really what it boils down to. And it's so much more self-damaging. Hold on, Lonnie. Good morning. You just waking up, girlfriend? You just waking up? Love you. I'm on YouTube. I'll call you when I'm off. You hanging out with McKenna today? Well, I just know you had the day off and I had the day off. She's still texting. Okay. I might swing through. I'm not sure. I know I need to cook dinner. Do you have the car? I'll just call you when I'm off YouTube. LOL. I don't even know why I did LOL. Doesn't even say red. So I mean, we could talk about this all day, but that's really what it boils down to. We all come into somebody's lives for a reason, a blessing or a lesson, a long time, a short time. Sometimes when you both catch feelings, you want it to be for a long time, but I'm at the point where I see roadblocks and red flags, and I try to work through it for a certain amount of time. But then when I start acknowledging certain stuff and it starts affecting my feelings and certain decisions, and then it's still not being acknowledged, then then you're not learning, and there's zero point in staying in that type of connection. You're going to continue to hold on to that connection. Newness is not going to happen for you because you're still holding on to that connection. And this connection doesn't even really want to let you go either, but they don't want to let the past go either. No, sorry. That's like having your cake and eating it too, but they don't want to look at it that way. But they just or they can't look at it that way because they're in denial. Again, if you're voicing your opinion, you're telling them how you feel, and you're trying to fix something, and they're not, and they're avoiding, and they're not trying to compromise, or they're not trying to talk to you. No, that is your lesson right there. You can't you can't continuously make excuses for somebody that's holding themselves back. And then they want to say they're not holding you back. They are holding you back. And then don't convince yourself you got cords, because you're strong enough and brave enough to know better. You've been in situations already, like me, to know better. That person can be your person. That might not be for a year or two. There's a lot of immaturity on the board. Doesn't matter if they had a marriage or a previous relationship. It wasn't a good relationship. It's not how marriages and relationships and people who truly love each other have a relationship. If you're 100% pure and true to yourself and authentic, and you love and it's unconditional, they're not going to know how to do that yet, because they're still tied to a fucking karmic situation, and they're still allowing their karmic to have the upper hand. And they don't want to see it like that either, because they're like narcissistic and cocky. But then it's like they see it, but they've been together for so long that those scenarios, they know how to work each other. Right things to say, wrong things to say. Like, and then you got to ask yourself, how did you put yourself in this situation if you weren't a catalyst? Because you could have been the one that needed the lesson. Like, did you get into a situation like my last scenario? You know, I've always have said to you guys, like, we've talked about separation. And to me, like, separation is not a thing. Like in a marriage or something, you separate. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. I just, it would be like a small percentage of those people ever getting back together. And if they do, that's because they had years in between where they're fucking other people and they're partying and they're doing this and they're doing their own things. And, you know, they always had that. So they came back together. It's so fucking rare. And it's not coming back together instantly. It's years down the road after you've been doing your fucking thing for a very long time. And at that point, you just want a life partner. That's the only time I would think realistically that would work out. You know what I mean? The last scenario I put myself into, they were separated. They lived in separate homes. So I thought it was safe. I should have fucking known better. I should have known better. Why should I have known better? Because I already knew separations are not a fucking thing. It's not a thing. I could see like taking a break and doing that, but if you need a break during a relationship instead of trying to figure it out, there's something there too. You know what I'm saying? There's something that two people couldn't work on for a very long time if it came to the point where now two people are living in separate houses. Or there's been situations where people stay married for financial security because it benefits them. That's no way to live. But if that's what they choose, you have a choice whether or not to go into it. This is the first time I ever put myself in that situation. I mean, clearly I didn't expect to like catch feelings and XYZ, but I was smart enough to know that that wasn't a good scenario because of my own knowledge. So why would I think it would work for me? I wasn't naive. I didn't go into it and be like, oh, well, it might work for me, blah, blah, blah. Fuck no. I wasn't stupid. I wasn't naive. I caught feelings. I can't say I stayed longer than I should have, blah, 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 blah. I mean, person's a great guy. But technically, they're not legally divorced. Technically, they're still linked. Technically, the two of them haven't found, like, they're still trauma bonded or they're still something. You know what I mean? So if you put yourself in that scenario too, that's a tough fucking lesson too. But it's also their lesson to realize, especially like with me, it was their lesson to realize like what love was, what compassion was, what it felt like to somebody to admire you, give to you, respect you. You know what I'm saying? Like, not my problem. He didn't pick up on his own lessons. And I'm sure as fuck not going to sit around. So has anybody been with a separated woman or a separated man? Has it ever worked out for you? That was my first experience. That was, I'll never do it again. But this person was also my friend, but I still knew better. But I didn't think we were going to catch feelings and shit like that. You know what I mean? This oil is working nice. Yeah, I've never seen it like, if it was a random person and I didn't know them, I would still at this point say no way. I think because I was his friend, even though I knew it was a bad scenario, like I didn't plan on like catching feelings. But if it was like a random person, my answer would still be no way. No fucking way. You're still fucking legally married. If you guys, put it this way, if you're still legally married and separated and living in two different houses, you're holding on for a fucking reason. So if you add somebody into the equation, there's going to be jealousy, there's going to be ego, there's going to be so many things where it's going to keep that situation more stagnant. He's going to want her back, she's going to want him back, then there's going to be jealousy, and then there's going to be this, you know what I mean? I'm telling you, like, whew. So I only did it because he was a good friend and I've known him for a long time, and I still knew it was not a good scenario. You know? And when you leave scenarios and they're like, oh yeah, go be with someone else, go see if you're happy here, you're happy in there, blah blah blah. Fucking relationship's already over. Why the fuck would you even separate? That's like 100 red fucking flags in one flag. Does that seem realistic? Does that sound like mutual love? The fuck? You live here for a little while and I'll live here, but you go explore your options. Your relationship is fucking over. It was over. He left the house or she left the house. So that's a big no. I know we want to think, oh, this time it might be different. No. Remember the time I met the married man? Oh, I'll leave her, blah, 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 blah. It made sense on why he stayed there. A disabled daughter, this and that. He had already divorced her. They got back together. He does his thing. She does her thing. They don't live together, but they won't divorce ever because of his pension and this and that for money. They both want to retire. They both want a good life. I could have moved in with him and had him as a life partner. He never would have been my husband. You know? And for some people, that's okay. That wouldn't have been okay for me. Even if I never needed to feel the need to marry again, I still wouldn't want my life partner or the man I love being legally married. His lesson there, he just didn't want to hurt her again because they had already divorced. And then they got married again. And there's so many reasons, a disabled daughter, insurance, so many things. There's so many reasons that you can justify. So at the end of the day, it has to be up to the other person whether or not, because them two were content living their life like that. They were happy. So it really boils down to your own ethics. Are you okay with it? Because certain people would be, you know, and then others would not. So you never know how you're going to catch feelings or if you're going to catch feelings. So I know we tell ourselves we got to be smart before we enter certain things, but we all have our contracts and it is what it is. It's the point of when do you get out of it? I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. She had her thing, and you know what I'm saying? It didn't interfere with me and him. But he was real clear and said that, you know, that he's not divorcing his wife and all his decisions and what his reasons, and they seemed ethical, and he wasn't lying to me. You know, you got to decide then, can you handle that? Because he doesn't want to be with somebody that he falls in love with 2 years down the road and then you give him shit for his decisions when he was honest with you up front. You know, so he wasn't insincere or a bad guy, you know. So, but I won't ever do the separation thing again. Nope. I don't even know if I want to be a friend. I don't even want a chance catching feelings for somebody who's just in a separation because there's a lesson there for them. It's not your lesson. So if you put yourself in that scenario, it's then you got shit that you haven't learned. I won't ever put myself in that situation again. And then them two wanted to argue over me as if I was the fucking problem. I'm not the fucking problem. I'm not the problem. The problem is the problem that still stood when the two of you decided to explore other options. But yet you want to use me as a current problem as if he did something wrong. No. I was meant to come into that situation for them two to deal with their karma. They won't last no matter what. It will still end up in a divorce no matter what. 5 years from now, 5 days from now, or they're already divorced. See what I'm saying? It's karmic. He had his chance when he had it to make certain moves that he knows he had to make. Get what I'm saying? And she had certain choices to make knowing that I was in his life. So my advice as a reader would be not even somebody separated. Don't do it. The only reason I ended up with a married man is because it was such serendipity. It was just such a connection. We had a blast. And at the end of the day, I just didn't want to be put in the situation where you're still going to be legally married for the rest of your life. It's just not a position I wanted to put myself in. And I didn't want to, if I knew right off the rip that it wasn't for me, I would never chance 2 years down the road. They agreed not to do that to each other. I'm not going to take that pack away from them. You know, a lot of people will live like that. It's just not for me. And I remember before I even got involved with the friend of mine, that was the worst decision he could have made. And I actually felt bad. I remember the day when he told me, I kind of laughed. And I was like, that is the worst thing you can do, is just separate and act like you guys can fix things but live in different households. But it's what they chose. You know, that divorce, whether it happened already or didn't, is going to happen no matter what, because it was karmic and I was meant to come into your life to show you self-worth and to show you what love is and what compassion is and what reciprocity is. At one point, I think he just wanted it to be her, his wishes, when ultimately it's really probably me. But he doesn't want to face his own karma, because it's almost like if he was to leave the marriage now, it would be my fault. In all reality, it doesn't work that way. But wifey would be like, baby, 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 baby. But if the shoe was on the other fucking foot, but the shoe was on the foot it was supposed to be on, according to karma. All I know is at the end of the day, I had zero ill intent. So nothing falls back on me. They can run their mouths all the fuck they want. You don't want to stand up for me or this? I don't care. Just leave me out of your life. You know? I don't care. Not my fucking lesson there. You know? So you can't take it so personally when you put yourself in certain scenarios, guys. You never know what the right scenario is going to be until things play out anyway. Chalk it up. Take the pain. He used to say to me, oh, he's so strong. It's almost like half the time I wanted to punch him in his face. Us strong ones, we have moments of weaknesses, and I hate hearing half the time, oh, you're so strong. Don't forget about the fucking strong ones. Do you know what it took to fucking get there? So don't throw that in someone's face. Oh, you had more time to be stronger. Or something fucking stupid, because it just sounds real fucking stupid. When someone starts sounding real fucking stupid, it's time to exit the scenario. And that's not me being mean or harsh. It's not about your fucking feelings anymore. When I'm telling you about my feelings and they're not being reciprocated, at that point, I don't give a fuck about your feelings anymore. It's complicated. You're making it complicated. There's a past. Well, it's time to live in the present moment. You've had time. Go kick rocks. So where are you at mentally? Because that's what it boils down to. You want what you want, you will have what you want. And that doesn't mean you hold out for that person in hopes that they're going to give you what you want. No, you won't get what you want. Even if you don't say it out loud, spirit fucking knows. Spirit fucking knows. We all put ourselves in scenarios. I didn't think I was going to catch feelings for a friend. I have the craziest scenario that I've been going through for the longest time that I just haven't mentioned because it's private and this is public, but it would blow your fucking mind. But it still boils down to their karma. What goes around comes around. You reap what you fucking sow. And it's not me being it's not me being like, ha ha ha. Like, I'm over that. We're fucking adults now. So you two want to keep arguing over fucking Courtney? Keep wasting your fucking time. Because Courtney's not the problem. Just like Amy's not the problem. Sarah's not the problem. Evelyn, not the fucking problem. They want to run their mouths? Let them run their fucking mouths. Calm as a bitch. Calm as a bitch. You want to manipulate situations? You want to lie to yourself? Spirit will start taking from you. You will feel it. Spirit knows when you know better, but you're still settling. Spirit will take it from you. It's not my timing or how it's taken. I don't give a fuck. You had a chance to get out. You don't want to hurt someone else? Because we all have history? Not my problem. Not my problem. Oh, I know I went back into someone's life because they wanted to spite the other person. Not my problem. I also know he needed a good friend. But there's always an underlying issue. Well, then you shouldn't have brought me back in knowing that I'd be a problem. You just created drama for yourself. I'm a grown-ass adult. I'm not the same person that I was when I first met you. I got something out of it before we caught feelings. But then when the feelings continue and shit's not being done and you're talking about it and this and that and it's like circles and circles and circles, no. You're not meant to still stay in that situation. Spirit doesn't want you to still stay in that situation. If you leave a situation because you think that person will chase you, or you leave a certain situation because of you think they're going to come back, whatever your thought process is, that won't happen either. When you leave the situation because it's best for you, then your life continues. You either helped them in that scenario or you didn't. But they know right from wrong, and they're fully aware of the circumstances that went down in the last year. Therefore, it's not in my hands anymore. I'm not going to keep battling certain stuff, you know? See, when people say that, Sarah, I get it. Court, you deserve better. I put myself in that situation. And when I say I deserve better, is me, realistically, when feelings aren't being reciprocated and you want to keep things from me and certain stuff, then I deserve better. We both deserve to lift each other up at that point in lives when we came back together as friends, whatever it was. You know what I mean? There was a reason for that too. Whether I had my own reasons and he had his reasons, and it wasn't necessarily the best intentions, or who knows, that part doesn't really matter. What matters is when two people have mutual feelings and you're talking about it and nothing gets done. That's when you deserve better. So when certain friends will say that too, and I'm like, it's not about, it is about that, but it's like the way it's said. It's like, it doesn't need to be said like that. That's like when people say it, they say it as if you were naive to the situation. I wasn't fucking naive to the situation. I'm a big fucking girl. I know exactly the position I put myself in. But when we both started catching feelings again, and I wanted to talk about it and certain stuff over a certain amount of time, and certain stuff wasn't being discussed or talked about or whatever, then it's okay to tell myself I deserve better. I don't need to hear it from somebody else's mouth. They don't need to tell me I deserve better. We all learn our own lessons at different times in our lives and when we're ready. You know, I was not naive to the situation I put myself in. Not at all. You only deserve better when the other person doesn't reciprocate, and then you deserve better because you deserve reciprocation. You deserve mutual love and mutual anything when mutual feelings are involved. But if they're not willing to put effort in and to make you feel safe or secure or make you feel like you're a priority, then you tell yourself you deserve better because you 100% hands down deserve better. And that person's not an awful person. They deserve better than the situation they're dealing with, but they just don't want to live in reality right now. So, not my problem. You know? I was there for a friend. If they decide not to pull themselves out of it, not my problem anymore. When enough stuff is being addressed and not worked on, not your problem. You know? So that's when you got to pull out. And that's the reality of the situation. Totally was not naive what I put myself in. But I was also helping a friend. If this was a random stranger, I would have been like, fuck no, hands down. I had already knew a separation wasn't a thing, you know? And I had just gotten out of the situation with the whole marriage thing. So I definitely wouldn't have put myself in the same situation twice. And I know it seems like I did, but I didn't because I wasn't naive. This person was a really good friend. I've known this person for almost 30 years. This was not a random stranger. A random stranger came to me and, oh, I'm going through a separation. Oh, I feel for you. That's that. I have enough strength not to engage in that. And if it just so happened it was meant to be for me to engage in, and if that person was serious about the separation and getting a divorce and moving on with their life, well, then I wouldn't have a problem playing that role and being that person and supporting that person through that. That's when my battle can become our battle. But I will not battle on my own. I'm sorry you want your ego stroked. Go fucking hit your wife up. Oh, she doesn't want to give that to you. Oh, she doesn't want to touch you because you touched me. Oh, sorry. You got to the point where you had a choice to move forward in life and you chose stagnicity. Sorry. There's some more karma for you to deal with. How long are you going to talk yourself out of that one? You know what I mean? We all put ourselves in situations, right or wrong. As long as you learn from them and you don't have ill intent, you're good to go. Seriously. You know? We didn't do anything wrong. And a majority of you that were in situations like me and certain stuff, and it's like a majority of you all knew each other anyway. And if you didn't physically know each other some way, somehow, it's still linked. The three of you are still linked to karma. The only way you can clear karma on your own is to get to the stage where I was at and you took yourself out of it. I cleared karma on my end. We could have cleared it together by putting effort into it. They didn't put an effort on their end because they need more time. So there's that. I'm not going to sit here and convince yourself that you're convincing yourself and you're in denial. Because then at that point, I'm wasting my time. So we didn't do anything wrong by the last year or so of cycle that we went through. We did nothing wrong. Do you think I've been in this person's life for 30 years for no reason? There's no way I couldn't have went in and not helped a fucking friend out. I am who I am today to have been lucky enough for us to reconnect and see where things go. He doesn't want to handle his karma. He's not a bad person. I don't feel bad for me. But I've also been through a lot. I'm also spiritual. I have different beliefs. I have different perspectives. I'm not stuck with change. I know how to evolve. You know, he has his own shit. Not a bad person. We're good people, guys. I'm sure you didn't all put yourselves in a situation with an awful person. If you're meant to be in someone's life, it's always to better each other. And if it ends up the other way around where instead of lifting each other up, you're bringing each other down, you're not working on the karma. So at that point, you take yourself out. You know, it hurts, but you got over it. You got over your first love. You got over that. You got over that, right? No one wants to hear, oh, you're strong. Like, I get it. But you all should have been in a place with this particular cycle of self-love and empowerment and knowing what you want and what you don't want and sticking to it. We all have standards and morals and integrity. This person will come in, or you guys will work on it, or you won't. But if you do the right thing and you take yourself out of it because you've done the right thing, and if they choose not to work on it or see something differently, it's not in your hands anymore. It's time for you to move on. It was a test. I hate to say it was a test because I'm pretty sure a majority of them were meant to learn, right? But not all of them will on your timing or this. And it's not your timing, but when you start talking about your feelings and you want to fix problems and you want to find solutions and they're not willing to do that, then you just got to take yourself out of it. It's not the end of the world, you know? It's okay to go into something with a loving heart and this and trust. But when you get to the point where loyalty is now broken and you don't feel secure, and if you're still in it, then until you learn self-worth, you won't find yourself out of that. And I think a majority of us learned self-worth. Okay. We learned that with our own catalyst and certain stuff. I think a majority of catalysts do come in for that one particular lesson. And then each person after that, there's still lessons and tests, right? And I really feel like this time around for a majority of you was now you really know what you want in a relationship, what you tolerate and what you won't. You also know if somebody's not willing to work on something, you can't continue to nag somebody. You can't continue to have the same conversation over and over and over. Could it have taken you a year to figure that out? Maybe. Could it have taken you only months to figure it out? Maybe. But I really think that's what it was for a majority of us along the road, because we all work with the same energy in certain karmas at certain times. He, by any means, is not a bad person. Does he do the right thing all the time? No. But that's his shit. I didn't come in to be your teacher like that. I came in because I was your friend. But when we came to the point of catching feelings, and then things change, or they don't change, then I'm not meant to be there anymore. It's not because I'm better than that person or that person. You know what I mean? Like, and I think it's even harder for them with karma because they're aware and they know better, and they're still not doing the right thing because it could hurt other people or this and that. Not my problem. It will only be my problem if it becomes our problem because you're willing to work with me on things. You know, I don't necessarily think everything's like a test like that. It's just, if you know you're no longer happy in a situation and you've voiced your opinion multiple times, and that person's still fighting or whatever you might want to call it for you in your scenario, it's just time to leave the fucking scenario. And even if the catalyst is a complete fucking asshole and he ghosts you and this and that with our first experience, he's probably not a bad person. It's just his job in this lifetime. If somebody always wants to be that person, and you know history and you know this, that's a straight up catalyst. They're here for that in general. They're not stupid. They know when to pull in. They know when to pull out. They know not to catch feelings like that. And if they catch feelings, they're out. Why? Because they came into this world to be a certain type of catalyst. That's a huge lesson on your end, which I think with us was like the twin flame journey. He wasn't meant to stay. She wasn't meant to stay. People got that twin flame thing so misconstrued. So, and that's why I said a majority of you already learned that lesson. So that's why I know you were the catalyst in the last situation, but you were more of a friend too. So the dynamics were tough. But at the end of the day, you can't make excuses for somebody who's making excuses not to compromise or try to fix things with you and go down a new path. At that point, bye. It's not me being a hard ass. It's not me being a boss. It's not me having strength. No, it's not that. I know at the end of the day what I want in life. I might not know what direction it goes in, but I sure as fuck know what happiness feels like. And if I'm not happy and we can't talk about it or try to solve it, you are hands down not the person that's meant to be in my life right now. And then we all make it harder for ourselves because if we go back in, we sleep with them, we do this. And then it's like you tell yourself, oh, we can just do this and blah, 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 and like self-serving. And then it's like we go through all the stages. We're not fucking stupid. We're not naive. It's just when we figure it out, we've had enough is enough. And at that point, that person still wants to chase, or that person still wants to like have you around. And I get why, because you've gone back on your word so many times for your own self-fulfilling purposes. But then you realize that didn't make you feel any better. You had to go through those phases so you won't tolerate that even one time from anybody else ever again. And after that, you'll have reciprocation. That's how it works. At the end of the day, if you're true to yourself and authentic and you're doing what's best for you, you can't fucking go wrong. You're not going to always I guess everyone just thinks like you just feel good all the time in that energy, and no, that's the false interpretation of that too. You know, they stay in situations like that. What about the ones that are always like? I just had a client, and it's like multiple ones too. Where I've been in this situation with people too. Oh, I just want my independence. I've only been with this person for a certain amount of time, and blah 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 blah. That's a lie. You're still in a legal contract because of lack of confidence, or you want that comfort, or you're being fed in a certain way, but it's not the right type of feeding. There's nothing about that that's nurturing. It's toxic. And you can't convince somebody or save somebody if they keep telling themselves they think they're doing the right thing and they keep making up excuses. I think that's why another one of those readings got so frustrated the other day, because I think the universe and the astrologers use the word suitable excuses, because this is a huge group of the collective that really is convincing themselves of their fucking excuses. I need more time. I'm not like anybody else you ever met. No, you are. You are. You just feel like you're different because of the long relationship you were just in, and you guys weren't on the same page. You just weren't with the right person. You know what I'm saying? We're all special. But you sure as fuck are acting like every other fucking person I've been with. Because that's how life works. You think I'm going to come in and feed your shit and feed your excuses and be okay with that scenario? I know it wasn't all fucking rainbows and bubblegum and all that in the beginning, and we both had different intentions in the beginning, but when we sure as fuck start catching fucking feelings and we're aware of it, you're not keeping my ass on a fucking merry-go-round. There's nothing kosher about that situation. When you start expressing feelings and you want more and you want something and they don't want to reciprocate, that's when you get out. You're not a bad person for going into a situation where somebody was separated. You're not a bad person. Oh, you should have known better. They just got divorced. No, no, that's society. You come into each other's lives at the perfect timing. When you get to the point where the two of you, when one or the other is not willing to put effort in, that's when you get the fuck out. All these people want to talk about red flags beforehand. Those aren't red flags like that, guys. You never know if somebody truly is about to get out of a marriage. You never know if someone truly really wants to move on. You won't know until you guys bond and connect and catch feelings. Doesn't make you fucking stupid. Doesn't make you naive. The only thing that makes you stupid or makes you feel stupid, or how could I have done that, is because there was a big lesson there, or you didn't pull out when you were supposed to. So that's why I said, like, oh, if I met somebody again, they were in separation, I'd be like, no. I would be hesitant because of my last experience. But if there really was a connection and something there, and you kept feeling like you should talk, or there's magnetism or something, I'm not going to tell you not to do it. Everyone has different scenarios. If that person is that person that has your back and really truly loves you and wants to put effort in, who gives a fuck what everybody else says? That's what it boils down to at the end of the day. All these people in the same fucking relationships and karmic situations now is society. It boils down to society and conditioning. And that's it. They're too worried about what other people are going to feel, or they're so insecure in certain situations. that they feel more secure staying in an insecure situation because the two of them are so used to it. That's no way to live your life. You know, I want that one person that could be vulnerable. They may seem like a fucking mess and this and that, but if they're willing to put the effort in and they can get fucking honest, I don't care where you're at. We all make mistakes. We all have our lessons to learn. I don't give a fuck where you're at. I don't care where you're at. Let's just grow together. Let's work on it together. Let's encourage each other together. Let's better our lives together. That's all. You know? I don't care if you were a fucking player 20 years ago or you just did this, that. If you learned your lessons and you can own your lesson and you can start standing in your truth, I will support you. You can't go wrong. That's why people get divorced. That's why people do this, because everybody we meet is karmic. Everybody. It's not bad. You just have to work through your karma. If you guys work through your karma together, you're kosher. That's why marriages don't work. That's why people get this, oh, it was a karmic. We're all karmics. But that's why you guys are karmic, a different type of karmic, because one's more stubborn than the other one, or that one, there's, at the end of the day, there's no mutual love. That's really what it boils down to. Somebody else doesn't want to put the effort in. That's somebody who doesn't want to change their perspective, doesn't want to change. And when two people stay together like that and they refuse to change, you'll never evolve in your lifetime. And then you have other scenarios where it's like so much damage was done with marriages, and it's like if you were to just leave a marriage and meet somebody and it's like you start another family or you mesh a family and you do this, there's guilt, there's all these things where it's like, how could you do that? Why couldn't you do that together when we were together? You know what I mean? So then it's like that they hesitate there to start a new situation because they feel like they failed with the last one. No, you two are karmic. You chose not to, you came into this world that way. You can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you all have your fucking contracts. You chose not to change your perspective. You chose not to try. You chose to stick with your belief. You chose not to look at it in a different way. And sometimes that's just the way it is. And sometimes other people come into your life that can give you a different perspective on things. It doesn't make you a bad person that you didn't learn it with the first one. You know what I'm saying? I guess it's like, at the end of the day, it boils down to your mentality. And if you're doing what's best for you, trust me, because that other person, whether it comes first or second, it's always the person that moves on first is always going to be the hardest one, right? They think it's easier if it's the other way around, but it's not. It doesn't work that way. One always has to escape first, and that's the one that's willing to evolve. And if you tried at that point to have that person back and they still refused, or they didn't have enough faith, or they didn't give you the benefit of the doubt, or you really didn't try, it's because there's no mutual love. Just because you have children and you loved each other at one point does not mean you are meant to be together for the rest of your life. If there's mutual love and you choose to push through your karma, you're good to go. Trust me. For those who split, it's not mutual love. So therefore, the ones that are separated, they're staying together for materialistic reasons or their own weaknesses. And then, we watched scenarios on the board for the last year. Of course, the other one's going to come back out of jealousy. And then what's that going to do? It's going to feed the man's ego. Well, now at this point, he's having his cake and eating it too, knowing he's doing the wrong thing. And here you are this whole time trying to explain certain stuff and trying to make things work, you know? And then eventually you figure it out. You have different tactics. You have different ways. I mean, the last person I was with, he used to die laughing. He's like, Courtney, you are the queen of changing up a story. You're saying the same thing, but in a different way. And we used to laugh. I said, but that's a good thing. I'm trying to get you to change your perspective. If you don't want to see it that way, I'll break it down another way. Obviously, you picked up on it. And I wasn't doing it intentionally. I was doing it to help. There was nothing ill about my situation with intentions or manipulation. There wasn't. That's why, like, I'm baffled because you get to this point, and then I sit back and I realize how things went down. It's like, I'm not that baffled. Everyone has their own lessons in this, and it is what it is. No hard feelings, just time to fucking move on. Because I know eventually he won't be in that situation anymore. That doesn't mean me and him come together at that point. The only way me and him will work is if he faces his consequences in the midst of all that bullshit, me and him together. You know what I'm saying? 2 years down the road, if he finds himself out of that situation, because it's going to end no matter what, there's not a me and you. You learned your lessons. I moved on. By then, the right person's going to come into my life. So if you want to risk me walking away, you want to risk this because of your own ego, bye. You had your chance. I said what I needed to say. I told you where we're at, blah, 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 blah. I don't hate him. I don't think he's wrong. It is what it is. It's just not meant to be at this time. The only time it is meant to be at this time is if it's mutual. I know this person loves me to death. But if you're not going to work through your shit because you're worried about your fucking past and how they feel, I don't have time for that. You're holding me back. So stop trying to keep me around. So I don't think everybody that comes in our lives are fucking awful people. It's what do you want at the end of the day? That's really what it is, And sometimes other people are meant to come into our kids' lives to be a mentor or to look at things differently. And you know what I mean? I don't look at that as being like a bad thing. And then other times they choose wrong and your kids will learn the hard way. But they'll see it when they're old enough and they realize it. You choose wrong, you choose your weaknesses, you choose somebody that will cater to you or your own insecurities, and that happens a lot too. There'll always be, well, I can't say there'll always be one parent. Majority of the time, there'll always be one parent that evolves and one that doesn't. Or they both will evolve. It's just at different periods within the children's life. And some, they just don't. There's always conditioning. Lani. Okay, I don't have a copper. Sounds good. So there's all sorts of stuff. I gotta pee real quick. Finn's back in the mail. Must be here. I'll be right back. Oh, the backstand stuff. We gotta do this reading. Hi, Max. So, I gotta get to this reading in a minute. But I think it was all good topics and nice to like talk about stuff. You know, if you have situations and the stuff's still on the board, and you know, it's not a loss. It's not your loss at the end of the day. If somebody doesn't want to move forward and they're using excuses and they're throwing excuses and they're not trying to put effort into something, it's not your loss. They missed an opportunity. It's not your loss. It's really not. And I know it hurts, and I know it's this because you saw potential. I get it, but it's not your loss. By staying in that connection and stuff not evolving, and it just to have mutual feelings is not enough at all. You can still feel the same way about something else, but you're not meant to be with that person, or you get what I'm saying? Whether you know it's wrong or not, if you know it's wrong and it's not evolving, it is not your loss. It's not. It's really not. Yeah, I know it still could be painful, but I think if you just tell yourself, I don't know exactly what you would tell yourself, but I just feel like it's more of a loss if you continuously stay and try when it's not being reciprocated, you know. I am doing personals, but only via FaceTime. And I only want to do maybe one a week. So I'm booked out. But you can email me. It was Crystal Visions readings only. I keep forgetting to put the link down because I was actually trying to get a calendar up there. I was trying to link it to an app to my website that I never used, that I pay for every month for the last 3 years. So yeah, it's painful, but Barbara, I guarantee staying in that situation causes more pain. So look at it that way. You didn't do nothing wrong. They didn't necessarily do nothing wrong either. It's just they don't want to deal with their faults. And it's just not, it's not for you. You know? I think every situation we find ourselves in, if it doesn't work out, it's gonna hurt. So yeah, we have feelings at the end of the day. But if somebody honestly is not willing to put effort into something and prioritize you, it is not your fucking loss. Think about that. Don't focus on the fucking pain. Are you kidding me? Don't you dare. And it's maybe it's not even their loss because you don't know what goes on in their head. And if it ends up being their loss, then maybe it will come back around when they realize the damage that was just done. Or maybe they won't because they don't give a fuck and they put on a good act. It is not your loss. And again, a lot of people are like, oh, it's not your loss, it's their loss. It's not always their loss. Because some of them are just narcissistic fucks that don't care. So don't lie to yourself either. But if you know more damage is being done by staying and you're not happy and somebody's not working on something with you, It's not your loss. It's not a loss because you're about to gain something. You let that go, there's a gain right around the corner. Believe that. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's how it works. It's just when you mentally get there and spirit knows you're there, trickle effect. So, let's do weekend energy. Let's do weekend energy. I gotta timestamp this. Let's do 320. I love how I keep trying to use a red pen on pink paper. Wow, 3 hours already, huh? It's a good talk, though. It's a good talk, though. It's nice to have those talks. I also feel like it's a healing video. I like when I have healing videos that I don't realize end up being healing videos. Like if somebody, like you, a lot of you, majority of you watched it, right? Or listened. But like, there are some things with vibes and certain things that you don't realize until it's said and done. Like you don't purposely, like people will purposely do healing videos of this and that, right? But I think sometimes just through talking like this, like it's there's some things behind certain videos with certain subliminal messages, and this was one of them. It doesn't happen that often with us. I think I did one like that a couple months ago. It doesn't happen that often. It's just one of those things you listen to and it's healing some way, somehow. So my lips already feel 10 times better. I think I put this on like 5 times, but it worked. I can't stand chapstick. I typically would do gloss and gloss would work, but this is lip oil. I didn't even know it was such a thing. Okay. Just twisting my back a little bit. So let's do weekend energy. Yeah. Okay. Da-dun. Oh, I ended up getting the major arcana from that deck I told you I was going to get, the Lost Forest. The third edition is being made. She only had major arcana left, and I was pulled to grab them. And happy full moon. Let's use these. I haven't used these in a while. So I doubt the energy is going to be like drastically different. I mean, I kind of already explained the chaos and the, so today's Wednesday, right? So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I got sunshine on a cloudy day when it's cold outside. I got the month of May. Oh, back is burning. Back is burning. I just want to set a timer. All right, weekend energy. And I wanted to do a video on Friday itself. Maybe I'll do that later. All right, so Wednesday. Say the 15th or the 16th? 16th, right? Is it the 16th? I got my timer on, so it's not showing the date. The Friggle Sticks. 16th. All right, Wednesday the 16th, February 16th. Full moon. Full moon. Got the Knight of Pence reversed, Queen of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Thursday. Two of Wands, Five of Wands, Friday. The Sun with the Five of Pence, Saturday. Seven of Cups, Five of Swords, 555. Major change. You can't even avoid this. Sunday. Damn, every 5. It's like the other day you had every 10. Holy shit. Okay. 555. It's major change, guys. It's 555 is okay. Right now you got the Knight of Pence reversed. This is not pursuing, not going after something. It can be insecurities. It can be lack. It could be not feeling good enough. That's really insecurities. So as of today, nobody's really doing anything about this energy. We do then have the Two of Wands come in tomorrow. To me, the Two of Wands, you're supposed to be making a decision. To me, it's being blocked. Okay. And I think there's a feminine blocking a situation. And then underneath that is the Five of Wands. Here's the gossip. Here's the bullshit, And then come Saturday, I almost said Saturday morning, so I don't know if the sun will be shining. Somebody's going to be seeing something, okay? But it makes them feel sad, left out, regrets. And this is probably, this is karma here too. Because this is like the stuff that's like right around the corner, but it's the same energy, it just might not be seeing it. But, and then you got the Seven of Cups with the Five of Swords. So that's like wanting to win at all costs, games, manipulation, narcissism, whatever it may be. And then the Five of Cups on Sunday, feeling, again, sad, lonely, left out, something didn't work out. So someone is going to realize by the end of the weekend their own faults, okay? That's a good thing. I don't really see that as being Leo energy. Five, 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 and you got all fives, mind you, okay? That's change that typically is self-created, right? Fives, it's just like knowing change is needed. This is kind of like out of your hands. So it's like somebody else created it and now you're feeling it. This could be loss of money, loss of a job, but I don't really see it like that. To me, this is all about physical and mental well-being. This to me is like the Seven of Wands. It's like, no. because this is an energy of a masculine not putting energy in, or you're not putting energy in, but this is two different people, and she's depicted as a feminine. Okay, so to me, there's two energies alone right there. It's not him being like, well, it could be him sabotaging, okay, and blocking his own happiness, his own sun, creating something new. But there's too much entanglement down here. So to me, it's two different energies. And you have a feminine right here too, just sitting there right next to the Five of Wands. Okay. So it's being blocked. Someone clearly sees already, because it's like blocking somebody from coming in. As of today, no one's really trying. This energy is not really putting effort in anyway. So you're probably not surprised there. I don't feel like that's like coming to a complete halt. Like that's like insecurities or intimidation, because right underneath is the Queen of Wands. So this energy, Aries, Leo, Sag, could be interfering, somebody going in a new direction. But I don't even think you'd want that energy coming towards you or going in a new direction anyway until something is hashed out. Get what I'm saying? Because who would want this energy around them? Others of you, it's just minor it's just blockages, arguments. You've been arguing with somebody. A living situation. It's like, say if it's a living situation, boyfriend, girlfriend, dating, whatever it is, I am almost seeing like kind of threatening energy. Combative. It's almost like, if we can't get on the same page or you can't give me clarity, I'm leaving. So it's not even an ultimatum. It's like, it's their own insecurities. But they're projecting their shit ass insecurities and attitude and behavior towards you. So the best thing you can do is block it anyway. Somebody might come at you and purposely pick a fight. Like if you have a boyfriend and you're always off and on, like I literally feel like there's a boyfriend here that's like, that's it, I'm leaving. This is bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. Like, it's like not even trying to solve a fucking problem because there's a bigger problem at hand. That's if you're living with somebody. Because I see that. And I don't know if the right word is a threat. It's like not being able to solve an argument. It just gets more heated and heated. But I feel like it's like a threat. I don't know if that's the right word. Like, I'm leaving. I have other options, but it's going to backfire on them. It might make you sad, but it's also going to put you in a situation where you see clearly that there's very immature energy here. So I don't know who that's for, because it's like clear as day. And I don't know if it's the right word is threat. It's just somebody who like, it's like never wants to take blame for their own shit, or wants to make you feel bad for hanging out with your friends, or it's their own jealousy, it's their own insecurity, it's your confidence is like threatening to them. So I don't know if it's like a threat, but it's definitely like somebody, instead of solving a problem and working on something, this is somebody that would rather kind of throw the situation like it's your fault. Like, how come you were hanging out? Like, this is like, how come you were hanging out with your friends and you didn't call me? Or, you know what I'm saying? It's petty. But it's like, you've been arguing for like 2 months now, or at least a couple weeks. And it's like not resolving anything. And it's going to backfire on this person. They're going to realize they made the wrong choice. But you're going to see something, if that's you guys' scenario, where it's like you don't even have to deal with that bullshit. And again, it's like there could be threats. There's definitely threats being thrown around, but to me, I feel like that's a different story. I'm still stuck on the story where you lived with like a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or you agreed to move in and there's could be children, but like it's not working out, or you're talking about moving in or something like that, but all you guys are doing is arguing and bickering. But this is somebody who is purposely trying to manipulate it, like purposely being petty about a situation because of their own insecurities and their own jealousy. And it's the way and it's because of your confidence. Now, if this is work, there's definitely a loss of money with the Knight of Pence reversed, the Five of Pence, and the Eight of Pence reversed. And some of you, it's almost like you were about to start something or propose something, maybe even work, and then you backed out before even having the conversation because of your own insecurities or what other people would say. If this is work now until Sunday, it's like the best advice I can give you if there's just petty shit going on is keep your head up high, because this is a situation you can't win. It's probably a situation you don't even need to win. You might even just quit. You might throw your hands up and say, fuck this. I'll explore my other options. I'm not happy at work anyway. If this is health, come over the weekend, you're going to realize you're in a very unhealthy, toxic situation. And I brought toxicity into that because even holding on to a relationship or being part of even a friendship, it can be toxic. And you're going to see that something clear. To me, it's like Saturday morning, because I keep getting a morning vibe. You might wake up sluggish. Someone could have been delusional, like they didn't see the truth in a situation. It could be linked to money. But it's like, I don't really see that as confusion. I look at that as like illusionary energy, delusion. Because it's like you're sleeping. Because if you got the Sun, the Seven of Cups, that's not really confusion. That's with somebody trying to manipulate a situation. And then that's actually Friday. See, someone needs to say something. But then come Sunday, you're gonna realize there's a loss. Again, I don't think it's a loss though, because it wouldn't be your loss. And if it feels like a loss, to me, it's not really a loss, because there's manipulation here, there's pettiness, there's arguing. You could be fighting over children. You could be fighting over when you're going to take the children. You could be because there's like sorrow here over something not working out, but games were played. Lots of drama. I don't know if you're going to realize the drama. Because this is like, see the five, it's all by itself there, even though there's 4 fives. These fives are back to back to back. So there's a big realization here. And by the time you realize it, it's like, it's too late. It's too late. Spiritual meaning of 555. Change and happiness are coming your way, and things will be okay. Yeah, see, it's like something out of your hands. So by Sunday, you're going to realize there's a loss, and it's because you didn't put the effort in. It's because there was manipulation, there was games, too much, too many people in the picture, too much gossip going on. There's just too much interference. Um, Where's my website that I always like? I don't know. It's usually always right there. Let go of the old and let in the new. Significant. It tells a significant and necessary change is happening in your life, whether you like it or not. It's divinely guided and inspired. These changes will bring about a long awaited circumstances, and results will finally be aligned so you can go basically where you need to go. 555 is a message that it's time to let go of the old because it's no longer positively serving you. Trust that all will be replaced for the better, like I talked about. Release the doubts, release the fears, perceived obstacles, that type of stuff, the fears, the confusion. Ask for support. Keep a positive mindset. The new will be entering your life, but you also have to help here. Okay, yes, the new will enter your life, but it's when you actually release. It's not just magically going to happen because there's manipulation, there's pettiness, there's obstacles, there's too many people interfering. That's the fucking problem. Not doing what's best for you at the end of the day. This is somebody feeling karma. It's gonna end no matter what. And I think they realize that what they lost in the end was a bigger loss than what they actually thought how something was gonna play out. Everything happens for a reason. Nothing happens by chance, even though the reason for changes may not be clear at this point. See what I'm saying? Because it's like still holding on. Trust that things will fall into place, whether you like it or not. And that's my words. Okay. But these changes have come about so you can break free from old restraints and constraints and restraints. Major life changes are taking place in many areas of your life. Trust this change is for your long-term benefit. So you could still have somebody here that's dealing with ego, pettiness, games, wanting to win at all costs, still allowing interference to interfere, because this is realization. What they don't realize, and they will soon, that they really did lose something of value. But this is a lesson that had to be learned. Others of you, it's not a loss. It will feel like a loss, but you got to tell yourself it's not a loss. This person put in zero effort. They gave nothing. There was no reciprocation. It was petty. Back to that whole, it wasn't even a loss thing. See what I'm saying? What did you lose from this masculine energy? Nothing. They weren't giving to you. They didn't make you feel secure or safe. They weren't reliable. They were unpredictable. Made you feeling lousy. You know there was games around the situation. They never wanted to bring clarity, purposely kept you in confusion, never reciprocated, didn't work on anything. And now you're left feeling like this. Nope, fuck them. Again, it's not your loss. Karma will strike, and it will strike hard because there was games and manipulation along the way. Let spirit take care of that. Others of you, it's the other way around, and somebody will feel a loss because they had plenty of time to choose other options and prioritize different things. They had clarity. They weren't naive. They blocked themselves or they allowed other people to block. And now they're going to feel it because they didn't want to put the effort in. And for the person leaving the house or the apartment, whatever it is, let them go. Because it's almost like they're challenging you because they want control. They want the upper hand. It's not okay when they use petty shit or they don't want to deal with their own circumstances and they want to act like it's something you did because of your competence. It will backfire on them. And I think I don't know what route you'll go, but something will tell you things will be okay. And there's probably been arguing for months or weeks. And I think you're just kind of like, I don't know if you're going to want to call a truce or if you're just like, you know what, boy, go do your own thing. But the circumstances do suck. Others of you might be on vacation. Sounds good. I'm with McKenna and her dogs now. Others of you might be on vacation. And it's going to be a tough vacation because you feel like it's a loss, but it's not. I'd love to say don't entertain that if you're on vacation, but how can you not when you care about somebody? Because somebody's on vacation with their kids here. You leave Friday. There is lots of school vacation. It's going to backfire, but it does suck because some of you will be on vacation with your kids. Come today, someone could be even giving you the silent treatment, but it's because of their own insecurities. Come tomorrow, they might not even fucking pick up the phone, or they're purposely caused an argument. And then Friday, Saturday, because I kept saying Saturday morning, but this is actually Friday. To me, it'd be somebody else's loss. Because something, remember I told you I wanted to talk about Friday, something extremely positive, the energy is shifting. Here it is. And the people that have ill intent or however it goes down for them, there's ill intent here, okay? It's their loss, it's not yours. This would be their energy. If you're on vacation, damn, it's going to be tough because it's like came out of like nowhere, but it didn't come out of nowhere because you would have already been fighting for months or weeks. But they're trying to like make it like your fault or like you did something wrong. It's bullshit. You might actually lose your shit because you just don't see it coming yet. This change was meant to happen and it doesn't look that positive for so many other people. For other people on the upside, this is extremely positive. Because to me, this would be your energy and you're going to have options and you're going to prioritize things differently. You wouldn't be in this energy. Even if it hurts to leave a scenario, this still wouldn't be your energy. Because this is seeing something clearly, blocking it on all ends and like self-talk, telling yourself, just going in a different direction or choosing to read a new book or choosing to, there's something with flowers there. I don't know if I have a florist that watches. Or maybe you should go into a flower shop and create your own arrangement or boutique. I don't know. So if it's meant for you to feel this, you will feel it. And I don't feel bad for this energy at all. That's not me being strong and tough or a hot ass. There was games, manipulation, pettiness, interference, and you allowed it. So you reap what you sow. I'll either come on later and talk about Friday or we will tomorrow because I told you that energy is a massive shift on Friday, and here it is. It's the sun. And for the real bad karmic situations, it's going to leave them feeling that energy, but it is what it is. If it wasn't surrounded by manipulation and drama, I'd be like, all right, you should probably practice. You should probably really take care of yourself because of the shadow side here. But that's not the case. This is down here as you reap what you sow. You don't want to give clarity. You don't want to fix. You don't want things to grow. You don't want change. Then you're going to find yourself left out. That's fucking common sense. But this is somebody that thought it was going to go in their direction and it's going to backfire. And they're going to realize it. And that's a good thing because now this energy has the opportunity to work with their shadow side and to correct their wrongs and to make their wrongs right. I don't know what happens after that, but they will have that opportunity. This energy is definitely admiring you from afar, but they're doing nothing. No plans, no nothing. Sulking, insecure, lazy. It's the Knight of Pence reversed. Upright, it's reliable. This energy is actually probably predictable because this is probably somebody who you've been dealing with for a while and you already know their MO. So don't fill their void. If this is a void, don't be filling their void because this is what you'd be feeding. Negligence, ignorance. I just looked at my crystals again. Don't forget to put your crystals in the window or outside. Saturday, you might get in a fight with somebody because they might say, hey, you want to come by? You want to grab a drink? Want to grab a coffee? And you got other plans, or you're simply ignoring the text. Again, I feel like what goes around comes around. There's no confusion. It's sitting under manipulation, games, trying to have the upper hand, control, wanting to be the winner, thinking it would go in their direction, So regardless where you're at right now, good or bad energy, like it's changing, This person will disappear from your life if that's how it's supposed to go. Or you're just not engaging. Like regardless, it's positive. Maybe you thought you were getting less taxes because it's tax season and it ends up going in your favor, or you thought you were going to get less child support, but something is going to go in your favor because Friday is all about something lands on your lap or your partner's lap. That's so positive. And whether it's actually something tangible, it will be something, or it will just be an energy shift. Maybe your health will get better because it's pentacles. At the end of the day, it's the fucking sun. Something will get good. Something will be better. You might just have to take a loss. Somebody feels like there's a loss here, but Spirit keeps saying you reap what you sow. It's not somebody being an asshole. This is somebody who was careless with your emotions. It was somebody who was manipulative. It's somebody who played games. It's somebody who allowed interference. It's somebody who kept you in the dark. It's somebody who came and came and went as they pleased. It's somebody that would hit you up, and when they wanted your company, they would ask, but they're also looking at you like the damn Queen of Wands. So there was nothing positive about the situation. And I'm telling you, there's ignorance here where I don't know if the two of you were planning on living together, building a life together, and then it's like, bam, you realize that somebody is like so selfish and insecure, and that does require effort, and there's no effort here by this energy. So you might be forced to say, fuck you, and take a break from this energy until you figure out what you really want. Because you might be contemplating, now you don't even want to buy a house with this person or personally even live with this person, because I really feel like it's a threat. Like, you can't see the kids, or you can't, if we don't do this, or we can't get on the same page, I'm leaving. That's manipulation all damn day. And unfortunately, if that's the case, the woman is going to be sad and upset. But I think you're going to see something where you're like, you know what? I don't need this shit. I've been dealing with it for months. I got options. I can different, I'll focus on different priorities. Like, I don't need this. I don't need to feel this way. Get what I'm saying? So again, it's still positive. If this is what goes around, comes around, it's still positive, because it puts them in the position to do their own shadow work. It puts them in the position of, this is what happens when you take advantage and you take things for granted. This is what happens when you don't work on things. You know what I'm saying? So either way, it's positive. It just depends on how you feel about it. It's going to throw a major Makana. I don't know if someone's going to see a Maca. I don't know where you're going on vacation. Someone's on vacation with their kids. And if this person's with you, good luck. You could wear the wrong outfit, and this person, you can go to the bar and get you and him a drink, and this person will cause a fight. You're dealing with somebody who's extremely insecure and extremely jealous. But you're confident, so it's like the challenge is there. I just don't think you thought you were going to be challenged, and this person thought you would give in and not stand in your integrity for whoever scenario that is. I feel like someone's leaving an apartment, packing up and going, and it's gonna, if that's the case, it's gonna backfire on this energy. And do you really want that energy around you anyway? And trust me, in 5 days, don't take this energy back, because they're sad. They're not gonna learn like that. And I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. If they need to be in their shadow side, it's give them 20 days. Someone might be going away for 20 days. Someone might be getting out in 20 days. So I'm not quite sure, because I know our major arcana is positive, and especially on Friday, because that's when the energy shift comes. To me, even if you're blocking that energy, they're not doing anything. So there's no need to really block it. So I don't think your guard is up. I think it could be another energy blocking this energy from going in a new direction, but that will backfire too. And if this is a karmic relationship or something you're clinging to, you can't avoid that argument, because that's going to go down no matter what. That's going to end it no matter what. It just looks like you walk away empty-handed, but apparently that's the way it was supposed to go for both people. because someone else had the opportunity to learn. The 4 comes before the 3. You were having fun. There was mutual feelings. Clearly, an opportunity has already been missed because of your own carelessness, your own neglect. You will still lose her if she's the karmic you're holding on to, no matter what. The bigger loss will be what you feel because of the games you played and the lack of honesty and the lack of effort you put in. You will feel it. And it will send you into your shadow side. And I that's positive to me. Because it's about fucking time. So I feel like this Queen of Wands can play different roles for different people with all 3 of those scenarios that I mentioned. And it's the Fool and the Tower. I did feel the Tower. If the Fool is coming first, this is probably an energy that made a foolish mistake. I would like to look at it differently because of the confidence I see here too, of you just going in a new direction. And it could go that way too, and it causes somebody else a tower. And then they're stuck and they don't know what to do. It probably goes that way. But this is, again, this is positive because the 555 is driven, you know. The Fool is a brand new start. The Sun is a brand new start. If this is a karmic, they made a foolish decision and it will backfire on them too. If it's not, like I said, you're going to get that clarity. It's not going to bog you down, I think, no matter what scenario you are. And it will bog somebody else down. What goes around comes around. And I can't stop saying that because I can't stress it enough. This person is left feeling this way because of their own games, their own manipulation, their own lack, their own jealousy, their own ignorance. If it wasn't surrounded by these cards, I could read this differently, but I can't. This is cause and effect. If you're on vacation, please do your best to have a good time, especially if you're with your children. I hope this person's not with you. It doesn't look like they are. It almost looks like they got mad you went on vacation and you didn't invite them, or they couldn't get time off of work and they purposely picked a fight with you. That's what it looks like to me, because there's vacation hands down right there. Even if you're just going away for the weekend, someone's going to cause a fucking fight with you. Maybe you wanted a break from this energy and you decided to just take the kids somewhere with a pool. I don't fucking know. But this person is fucking pissed. I feel like that's the biggest story here. And they threaten to leave the house or something, or I'm not going to buy a house with you, or it's something that's tangible, something that has to do with money. See what I'm saying? So it's either I'm going to leave, I'm moving out, and it's all because of shit that didn't get cleared up and you've been arguing for a while, and then it's like you leave because whether you have flights or you already booked it with vacation, school vacation, February vacation, and this person feels left out, so they're purposely causing arguments. If you're just dealing with somebody who's not getting their way, it's like then the jealousy is going to kick in because they feel left out. What are you doing? You hanging out with other women? You hanging out with other men? What are you doing? Like, they're purposely going to pick a fight for you. And again, you might not even respond to that text or anything because, like, this chick is just sleeping. I don't got time for this. You might not even be talking to this energy. You might block them tomorrow, or you already blocked them, or you're just not responding. Or again, it's linked to the other karmic energy where it's like they're giving you a hard time and gossiping about you and other people. The whole story I told earlier. You know what I mean? Because they don't want this person to grow elsewhere. They don't want someone else to pick another option because they don't want to feel left out in the cold. They don't want to feel the sorrow. They don't want to deal with the karma that they need to face either. Frickin' frack don't want to like hurt each other, but they're hurting each other anyway. It's not easy to shuffle this many cards. And then you got the devil. To me, that's not temptation. You could be seeing clearly that there is something toxic here. You're going to be faced with temptation, some of you, but this isn't temptation. I think you're being guided out of a situation with the star here. Wheel of Fortune. That's a beautiful card. What color? The Hierophant. So the darkness is surrounded by the light. So this isn't temptation. This is hands down a toxic relationship, and somebody is seeing it. Because I could put the blockage there and then feeling like they missed an opportunity there and really seeing something, because you're seeing something. You're no matter who you are, you're seeing something. And the wheel could have went in your direction, but it doesn't look like it goes in your direction because of your own blockages, or you're allowing somebody else's blockages. And that's the reality. It looks like this energy is going in a new direction. Because that's confidence. Whether the karmic is fire or earth, like, to me, the Hangman, you're seeing something differently. Yeah, see the sun. Your perspective has changed regarding this situation. You're not letting this person hold you back. You weren't seeing something. It's like your sixth sense kicks in. Your intuition kicks in. She's not even a card of intuition, because she wouldn't have to sacrifice. So she's clearly seeing something different and moving on. She's going to see more come Friday, how some toxic energy was holding her back. To me, you're already seeing it, but something becomes clear. So I don't know if someone's going to fucking hit you up. But the sun and the star, I mean, hello. That's beautiful. Sun, star, temperance of the moon. The sun, star, and the moon, when they're all together, that's like a terrific alignment. Clearly, this alignment's off. This person is now going to realize their loss because they're not learning a lesson. This is either a lesson or a karmic relationship. To me, it's a lesson, whether it's self-sabotage or not. So they're staring at her. Someone doesn't like her confidence. which is probably a majority of you, okay? Your confidence makes them insecure, but not your problem. And that's not me being an asshole. It's just not your problem. This is somebody, if you go to the beginning of this reading, who manipulated situations, kept you in the dark when it came to money, finances, health, relationships. They kept you in the dark. They just wanted to have fun. And you were probably having fun. But you weren't, again, you weren't naive. So this woman is now seeing no matter what scenario you're in, this is like my YouTuber, you're seeing something even more clear, which sucks. It's good. It's what needed to happen, but it sucks. So you're in the energy of confidence because I feel intuition, because she's not the card of intuition. It's typically not the card of being intuitive, okay? So that's another clue on why I know it's you. Because she wouldn't be sacrificing if that was the karmic. And it's next to the Fool. But I don't always, it's typically a spiritual journey, but I don't look at it as like a spiritual card like that, because every card is sacred and every card is spiritual. So to me, you're already like, fuck that. And I don't think you feel that yet. I almost feel like you're cocooned. It almost, if you're on Patreon, this almost reminds me of that metamorphosis. But to me, it's like that's how they're looking at you. But it's you, but it's not really you. I mean, you could be that fire sign, but it's more about the spirituality of your own being. I just crunched the tower up. The tower is coming in. And it's probably coming in for everybody, but in different ways. I knew that was weird. Like I said, it's coming in different ways. See how I just shuffled too? Jeez. Well, that tower really wants to say hi. See, you don't need to change your perspective here. I mean, you could, but there's too much clarity as if it's trying to show you or it's been showing you and you haven't been listening to your intuition, or you start listening to your intuition because it's telling me there's something wrong here. There's something toxic. That's not temptation. I don't know why it's being presented so clear. This full moon is going to have an impact here. I'd say change your perspective, but I don't think you need to change your perspective, not with the surrounding energy. This could just be spirit telling you, like, look, this changes here. Whatever cycle you've been in, like, this is the end of it. I almost want to say congratulations, as if the world was here. Okay. So it's not perspective. It's the energy that's surrounding you. But if I read it like it's the energy surrounding you, it'd be like, okay, new spiritual journey, new lesson, new door opened. But the hangman would either be a change of perspective or a sacrifice. To me, energy would not be a sacrifice. To me, you're already changing your perspective. If this is already here, or you got to change your perspective, or this is you refusing to change your perspective and you're going to get clarity, but it doesn't feel that way. Not with the energy that's on the board. You're not naive. So I was trying to figure it out before spirit fills us in, because you wouldn't have to change your perspective. You wouldn't be sacrificing. They wouldn't say, change your perspective and involve yourself in this. No. And then there's light through the trees, light through the trees. And if this is a full moon, you got a full moon here. So I think something's going to happen after the moon tonight, because it's already been at its peak. I mean, look at the damn beauty. It's almost like I'm showing you the beauty versus the terminology behind the cards. All I see is light. This is light. It's glowing. It's fierce. It's confident. Charisma, character, personality. You could be in Sag energy, but to me, that's representing your confidence or how they're looking at you, because that's extremely intuitive energy I'm getting. All I see is light, and you're surrounded by light. I think somebody's lack or insecurity, at this point you would be bored, but you wouldn't be stuck in the boredom. See why that's throwing me? And I think it's because it's a full moon and you're sitting right next to a full moon. That's probably why I'm feeling your intuition. So this is hands down you guys. And I'm trying to figure this out to benefit you guys and to benefit me, so I can benefit you more. I know how to do it, so I'm going to push through. But that is an odd card to be placed there. To me, you already see it. If you're already in this energy where you know you're heading down a new path, why are you being given the hangman? Unless it's that Pisces energy. might not pick up on it because it's the full moon and you're surrounded by it. And she's looking right at the damn moon. And it's the sun reversed. With the Nine of Cups reversed. So this is not seeing it, not being happy, not getting a wish. I wonder if this is representing the High Priestess or somebody walking away from her. What's the Fool? Unless it's meant to be upright, but I don't think so because it's upright here and then you got the Devil. 10 of Wands, a heavy burden. I mean, it would feel normal for an energy to end and to start a new journey burdened. But now you got the Queen of Cups reversed, which is that intuitive energy. But that's like someone who's heartless or somebody that's really emotional. And then you got the Fool. So I don't think that's you now. That sucks. Well, I don't think that sucks. Whatever message is meant for you, but it's not you. This is somebody else going in a new direction. They're not putting effort into this. It could be the karmic relationship that's toxic. Someone's seeing clearly now you can't get through these blockages. This is somebody who's going to fight and put up a battle. This is somebody who's not happy in a situation anymore. They know there's other options. They could be doing it to manipulate, though. If that's the case, it's still going to backfire. So this energy could have made sacrifices, but they didn't. So you could be dealing with a Leo, Aries, Leo, Sag, is what this is saying. So she's hanging things up. She's the blockage. Again, I still wouldn't want to be with somebody who is allowing somebody else to block something better. So don't be like, oh, I knew it, blah, 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 because I'm over that shit too. It's time for you to be over that. Who gives a fuck if she's blocking? See what I'm saying? There's the alarm. Who gives a shit if she's blocking? I want somebody who's strong enough to tell this person to get the fuck out of my way. Get what I'm saying? So she's the karmic. It's basically saying she's a Leo or a Sag. She's got strong fire in her chart with the sun. It is a loss because she didn't make the right type of sacrifices. She didn't try. She put zero effort in. So somebody's going in a new direction. So they're done entertaining that. I don't feel like she's the Five of Cups, though. I feel like it's the other energy. Ace of Wands reversed. So this is really feeling something with the Nine of Wands reversed, giving up, not fighting. But you didn't put the energy in either. So again, it's like you reap what you sow. So she could have done something foolish, but I don't see it that way. She's watching somebody else walk away. We have love call, and I wasn't even ready to, because I was going to clarify both. Someone expresses love, a message, let me know they're thinking about you. Queen of Wands. I think that's bullshit, and I think it's a lie. Because it's surrounded by all that other energy. So Queen of Wands is not today, not dealing with it, avoiding conversation, hurts. The Fool energy could be the karmic energy, or it's representing you. It's a soulmate. So somebody probably met a soulmate. Or it's just time for a new contract. So this is open no matter what. What did I just say? This is open no matter what? Yeah, this was ending no matter what is what I try to say, but this is open no matter what. So it makes more sense that it's not you with the Hangman, because I couldn't pinpoint that. So someone else is going in a new direction. You're either the Fool or their karmic is going in a new direction, going towards a new soulmate. But they could be arguing and saying you're foolish for choosing something taboo, because she's looking right at it and it's linked to the intuition and the moon's right there. Okay. So she's paying the consequences for something too, but so isn't he. So it's like they're not even talking, trying to block. I don't even want to stay focused on that. Queen of Pents reversed, Queen of Cups. So it's like heartless energy. Because that's like not crying and getting my way and blah, 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 blah. It's just like something's not growing. Not seeing something, refusing to see something. Like, I don't even want to get stuck on that energy. That's between them. Okay? Like, we're not even going to get stuck on that or leave the energy there. Okay? This is somebody who won't make, she's not going to make sacrifices. Selfish. And somebody's going in a new direction and she's not like too happy about it. He's not putting effort into something either, but he's not doing what he needs to do either, because this is extremely irresponsible with the Knight of Pents reversed. So this energy is being extremely irresponsible too. They could be sabotaging their own future because they don't want to deal with a karmic situation. But at this point, I don't want to keep reading that. And I know I've said that twice now. So her energy's strong. I'll tell you that. She has a strong pull over him. She had the upper hand. She had to have. Because it's like his lesson to leave. I'm trying to find you. You're the intuitive one. You had to have been the Pisces. You had to have been the Fool energy over here. Because she is not happy. So she might even try to tempt him with this energy and the Ace of Wands with the Devil, but this is reversed. So it's not going to happen. But I feel like I didn't even need to deliver that message because of the fucking 3-hour conversation we had. So I'm trying to figure out what else I should focus on right this second, and where are you? Well, let's just hope you're not in that. You're in it some way, somehow, but let's just get that off the board, because there's no reason to keep staring at that. If you don't know better, then go find a different reader, because I'm done teaching that lesson. And if you want to know why, you can go watch the first 3 hours of this reading. So, YouTube, please, YouTube. Those who are spiritual, weekend energy. You got the Tower. So the Tower is coming towards you. The Hierophant. And Death. When the Death and Tower are out together, there's no going back. To me, lesson learned. There's no going back to that situation. There's a situation that's over because you learned a lesson. For those who want to work on it with somebody, however it rolls for you, that might happen. It's just not going to be now. This is the death of a situation, and that is positive. It is extremely positive, because you couldn't start another cycle the same way, even if you wanted to, because of your own lack. That makes sense? I hope that makes sense. So this is extremely positive, because this is like that world card I was getting, like, congratulations, because who the fuck would want to repeat a cycle like that? And if this person is meant to be, you won't repeat another cycle like that, because the both of you would have learned a lesson. So I don't want to take that away either from you guys. If you get back into something, or if this is your person in the future, or this and that, because we don't know how stuff plays out all the time. This is current energy, okay? And if you're going to find a reader that says you can resonate to this in a year, and you can, then shame on you for being in the same situation. That's all I have to say. I think it's foolish when readers say that, because you don't want to find yourself in this situation again. This was a hard lesson to break. This is breaking a curse, breaking a cycle, breaking a pattern. So this is big. This is great. This is amazing. You won't have to experience that again. So I would give yourself a big pat on the back. This is not negative. Sinead O'Connor just came to me, but I can't remember what it is. It was either that or Shania Twain. Sinead or Shania. Jesus. It makes sense why I don't know which is which. Those were a fucking tongue twister. So, this is great. If the two of you end up learning lessons within like the next 5 days, then you figure it out, okay? If not, and only one person has learned, this is still great. Because this is where somebody can't talk you into having a coffee. Someone can't talk you into making things right. Someone can't, see what I'm saying? Someone can no longer manipulate. They no longer have power over you. And if they didn't learn their lesson, trust me, you're back on the board because they'll probably pick a fight with you. Lesson learned, like I said, congratulations. I do feel like that hangman is saying something with a delay, but I don't know if I really want to like get into that like that. Hey.
Hi. Grandma literally texted me like about 7 times to come pick up this freaking lasagna. I don't think she understands that my arm hurts and that I'm not driving. Also, I don't think she understands that I didn't go to work. She's just struggling. She texted me like multiple times trying to come pick up lasagna, and I like answered her every time, telling her like, "Oh, I'm not at work. Oh, I got my like arm implant replaced. My arm hurts." Like,
Did you just tell her you didn't have a car? A ride?
I told her I'm not at work. Obviously, I don't have a car.
Well, she probably doesn't know that. Yeah, when I go up there, I'm just wrapping up this reading and then. Well, I'm gonna swing by, so. We'll just tell her you don't have a car and Mom's gonna bring it to me. Oh, okay. All right, let me wrap this up. Alrighty, Schneidi. I love you. Yeah, I'm gonna get the kids off the bus, drop off Kate, and then Mia will probably want to take a ride with me. Lost that connection. So, lesson learned. This is absolutely a lesson. It's completely over, so you can move forward. And again, I truly feel like somebody else may have this tower moment because they refuse to change their perspective. They refuse to look at something. So some of you, like I said before, you learned the lesson. That's what's more important. Go back to the 3-hour read. You won't be repeating this pattern again. And then this is like triple power. The tower and the death, when those come out together, there's no going back. Now we just added the world. It's like triple. It's like even more powerful. I don't know why there's more power here. But this is why I felt that big congratulations. Because this is a big deal. You will not ever repeat that cycle again with anybody because you learned. I also feel like this might be telling me the other person did not learn. Or it could be telling me you'll be shocked because they did learn. Both learned a lesson. Neither of you will have to repeat this again. Now a new door can open and you guys can move forward. And they left the past successfully behind because the chariot represents leaving the past successfully behind. And you will be extremely triumphant walking through this new door. You will never repeat the cycle you just went through. So I don't give a fuck. This is powerful. This is congratulations all fucking day. You will never have to repeat that cycle again because you learned. I can't tell you for sure whether the other person has learned, but I don't think it fucking matters. It might matter to some of you, but if it did really matter to you guys like that, I don't think you'd be in this position of power. Get what I'm saying? Because that would mean you were still stuck on it. You might still be sad about a situation or this and that, but you know better. And this is hands down a lesson fucking learned. There's no question a lesson has been learned. If this has to do with somebody else, and you guys will move forward and figure that out, and that will eventually come out in the cards, whatever, okay? It would still be positive. But again, it's not about them. Because I asked for you guys, my ones that are spiritual. You won't ever repeat this lesson again. You learned. Because that hangman again is throwing me off. To me, it's either a shock or it's just done. But if you really needed to change your perspective, you wouldn't be here. See what I'm saying? You could have sacrificed yourself. And you learned that you get nothing out of it when you sacrifice yourself. But I don't think that's what it's saying. And again, it's linked to light. So I can't figure it out twice in a row now. So I'm probably not meant to figure it out. And the only reason why I linked the other person, because it was underneath her, but you were surrounded by it, because I think you had something to do with the Fool energy. But you're still surrounded by the light. Look at this. Like, this is a giant fucking congratulations. You will never repeat that cycle again because you learned. So I don't even want to add the other person in, but it's just, I had to mention it because this is here. But again, and you're surrounded by another moon. See what I'm saying? So some way, somehow, that message that was there was still intended for you. But whether this person moves forward or not, I don't think it's relevant. Not right now, because you're probably still hurting or frustrating, or, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's not relevant. Or you're not seeing it. Maybe you do have to change your perspective. Because if you were that you weren't that Queen of Wands, though. I asked Spirit. No, you weren't. But somehow you're linked there. Okay, so because that it's just not representing sacrifice or delays or anything like that right now. It's screaming perspective. And that message is for you. But I don't know why or when that's going to kick in for you. But that's definitely for you. Regardless, there's a lot of power here. It's powerful, okay? And it's not because I'm just using major arcana. It just is. You will never repeat that cycle ever again. You learned, no matter where you're at mentally, emotionally, physically, you will come out of that. And this is extremely positive. You are going to move forward. There's a big transformation here. And when you allow that transformation to take place, and you leave certain things behind, but you already left it behind because you wouldn't be here. So there's a new transformation coming in. And I typically don't read this way, but if I think about it, if there's a new transformation coming in, you will be triumphant. It's the Chariot, and it's going right to a brand new door. I don't know how you're going to feel about that door, because I typically don't read energy going in that direction, but I'm being guided too. So to me, this is a transformation, and it's also a lot of power. And it's still the same scenario because you have the death in the world, so you still won't ever have to repeat that cycle again. So there's so much positivity here. So something is coming in. There's a new cycle starting. And I do think you're going to be asked to change your perspective. And I do think it's going to be regarding that situation, because you are linked there. Because I strongly wanted to read that scenario as if it was you. So maybe you're just done, and in your brain you're like, no fucking way. This could be a message from spirit saying, trust me, this is guided. You won't ever repeat that again. Because this is what this is saying. Something's going to come back around, and they're asking you to change your perspective. It might not be the same person. Chances are it might be, because I knew you were linked over there. But it could just be an apology, guys. Maybe you just need to accept the apology. Or maybe it's time that you guys can move forward and start something. I don't know. But spirit is literally asking you, or giving you a big heads up here, that this situation is going to come back around. You will not repeat the same cycle. So try not to worry about that, because this is a new door opening. I do feel like this is a transformation. If there's a new door opening, I'd love to say it could be a new relationship, but if anything, it might be a new lesson. Because it's the World and the Hierophant, and there's a new door opening. So I'd love to say it's a blessing and not a lesson. But it looks like another lesson. I don't know if it's a lesson on your end to forgive. I mean, because I hate to even call that out. I'd like to be like, oh, it's a blessing. But I do feel like there's a blessing underneath this tower, because it feels like it's a surprise. To me, that's not a tower of, oh my God, I think everything already crashed anyway. So to me, it's a surprise too. Regardless, is a new door opening, and it's going to be extremely successful. So to me, I would think it'd be more of a blessing than a lesson. And if there's a lesson attached to it before the blessing comes in, but still to the same person, in order to have that blessing, you have to change your perspective. Or it's already to me, it would already have to be a blessing because it'd be here, it'd be a surprise. And we're reading weekend energy. I didn't pin this for weekend energy. I just said this for my spiritual ones, but it knows I'm reading weekend energy. So something is going to shock you this weekend. Yeah, you're going to be surprised. I don't know if you hear it through the grapevine, if somebody comes at you, you're going to hear something. And it's shocking, but it's not a bad shock. It's like a surprise. And it might just automatically, whatever you hear, whatever this is, your perspective's going to change, but you're still being asked something regarding your perspection, like your perspective. Because it's linked to the Fool. It's linked to a brand new beginning. But I already told you that anyway, because this is the Chariot, successfully leaving a chapter behind. Lesson learned. You won't ever have to repeat that again. Don't worry about it. You do have a brand new door opening. And it's some type of surprise. So it's automatically going to change your perception, whatever you hear, your perspective, or spirit's asking you to change your perspective. And I don't want to go too deep into like clarifying, because you already got the bigger message. Yeah, I just said any inkling on the tower, and it's the star, which makes sense because there's the light. Something's going to be shown to you. I don't know how everybody's going to react to it. This is like, could be coming from the Emperor, could have to do with work. This is something that is either said, I mean, whatever this is obvious, big or little. This is energy that's hands down. When I come back on Monday, you guys will know what this is. It might not go in the direction you think it is over the weekend, but it's aiming for a good direction. I guess it just depends on how it actually goes down for you. So when it comes to the Hangman, no reversals. I just want to see one card regarding the Hangman. And then you got the Sun at the bottom of the deck again. This is telling me that somebody is refusing to lose. This in a positive way, this is fighting at all cost, fighting off who they need to fight off to win, but not in a bad way. So, or you might argue about it. But you got the Ten of Cups. This is someone who is determined to get you to see them differently or get you to see a situation differently. I mean, fucking determined. They could be telling you what went down with the family, what they've been keeping from you. This energy is hands down determined to get you to change your perspective. Someone, a friend, a family, someone from the past. And it to me, that this makes sense that it's shocking to you, because it's like this energy will pursue you and they will be relentless. But they also know that they need to say something or do something drastic in order for something to change, if they don't want to lose you and they want to be like they want to be like part of your life. I don't see it as a bad thing. I'm reading this like Ten of Cups as like they're something that ended in their life regarding their family that they wouldn't talk about, or something that went down. You're going to be shocked, because they are relentless and they are going to pursue the shit out of you until they can get you to see something differently. I do feel like they could have done that simply already by just speaking the truth, but you're dealing with somebody who was just not that person. So I don't want to get into it too much, obviously. Okay. But it's probably regarding, the Queen of Pence, which is typically a mother or a wife, and the Three of Cups is reversed. Is something on that end is not moving forward. Okay. I don't know. It must have been something they were keeping from you. So to me, it's somebody else wanting to change your perspective. It's not really spirit asking you to change your perspective. It's up to you. I will say this is a clear message that you will not repeat this same cycle with this person again. That is a given. So they clearly have kept something from you. But at the end of the day, it's still up to you on what you choose. So you are linked to them. So it is them wanting to come in and change your perspective when it comes to something. And they're going to be pretty relentless with whatever that is, a friend, a family, someone from your past, whatever. It's going to be somebody who's relentless. Could be a fucking child. I want this. I want this. However, it's going to go down, but it's hands down going to go down. I will say once again, you will not repeating this cycle again. It will be because you want nothing to do with it, or maybe it's just an apology, and regardless, you're still moving forward. Regardless, it's a lesson learned. Okay. You won't repeat that again. And that is extremely positive. For a majority of you, it does look like this energy is determined to keep you around, because they're going to come in and tell you something that went down in a family situation that you didn't know about. Could be an apology and you can both go your own ways. I don't know. It's going to be different for everybody. But we are almost 5 hours in. So it is going to be shockingly surprising. So again, it's not really spirit asking you to change your perspective. It's somebody else that's now hands down going to be trying to change your perspective. It's like winning, but the Five of Swords there was not negative. It's definitely hands down. Well, it's like negative, but I don't see it being like, watch out, it's the Five of Swords. I don't see it as like manipulation or games or anything like that. Or something's telling me it could be. They might just be telling you that because they know you're dead serious and you're done. So again, it can go either way. I'm just glad it's not spirit asking you to change your perspective. They are going to tell you something that you were left in the dark with, in hopes that it's going to get you to change your mind about them. So the situation's going to be different for everybody. Look at me, my hands are up. Like, I'm not responsible. This person could be trying to manipulate you. That's a message on its own. I don't know what message it is, but that is a message on its own. So it could be somebody purposely picking a fight. I don't know. You definitely, hands down, there's no question, have somebody coming at you that is going to try to get you to change your perspective regarding them. Hands down, there's no question. It could be as simple as your damn fucking kid. I'm not shitting you. I really want this. Relentless. But you know the answer is no. Get what I'm saying? Fuck, man. I could keep reading into that. Some of you, I'm telling you, it's manipulation. It really is. And your message could just be, don't be fooled. Wrap that fucking cycle up. Call a truce and wrap it up. You might end up in a fucking argument. I don't fucking know. I'm telling you, some of you, that is manipulation. They just don't want to see you leaving because they know you're fucking gone. You better use that intuition of yours. Because that's all I kept mentioning was something about intuition. You could have Slick Rick on the board, or you can have somebody that's sincere. I feel like I need to come back, but I need a fucking break. I love you guys. I don't even know what to say. I feel awful ending it like that, but for real, I got shit to do. We're 5 hours in, and you're going to have to use your gut at the end of the day. The fool is there. Don't be fooled. You're in that same scenario where I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking like it. I'll be back. Give me a little while. I'll be back. Fuck that shit. Fuck, man. I gotta go. Love you, bye. That shit pisses me off. But hey, I think you're gonna be fine either way. I do. I feel like you're gonna be fine either way. But being under the moon influence, I got to go back and look at the cards, and then you're fine either way. You're not repeating the cycle. You're not an idiot. But there's still something to read on that they want me to read on. So I'll be back. All right. Yada, yada. Love you. Bye.